হ্যালো, গুড আফটারনুন স্যার। অতনু স্যার শুনতে পাচ্ছেন? স্যার বলছিলাম কি স্যার আপনি রোল নাম্বার ওয়াইজ শুরু করবেন কি লাইক যারা জয়েন করেছে ওইভাবে? হুম, ঠিক আছে।
হ্যাঁ, আমি আছি। এসেছি। গুড আফটারনুন। গুড আফটারনুন টু অল অফ ইউ। No, sir.
Just a minute, Abdul. Actually, I have just shared the attendance link. I'll let them fill them out and then we'll start. Uh, just take 5 minutes. Yeah, sure. Uh, just I'll get the Excel sheet from the attendance sheet.
I can see 36 student participants here. 36 of them are here. Yes. So, should they be asked to present their papers according to their, that is, according to the serial of their class roll numbers? Okay. Okay. And accordingly, they will be asked to present, I think. Okay.
Sir, is there anything to do with the attendance link for us? Okay, sir.
No, actually, I've got just 14 responses.
Shubrata's microphone is mute, as I can see.
স্যার আমাদেরকে কি ওই স্ক্রিনশট শেয়ার করতে হবে এইটার ওই ফর্মটা ফিল আপ করার পরে অ্যাটেন্ডেন্সের? ওকে, ঠিক আছে।
I think we should start. I'm sharing the Excel. Yeah, Devanjan Sharkar.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, respected teachers and all of my friends. As it is my first presentation, at the very beginning, I ask your pardon for any possible inconvenience. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to present my views on the reason behind Okonko's suicide in Things Fall Apart, written by famous African writer Chinua Achebe, the very same person who accused Conrad of being a racist for his incredible work, Heart of Darkness. As Marlowe, the protagonist of the text, always treated Africans as others. Now, that this text of Achebe may be considered as a counter reply to Conrad's Heart of Darkness, where Achebe described Africa as being an African, not an outsider, or better to say, an other. Now, I would like to ask a question to you all. Don't you have a dream or goal in your life? Okay, the answer is quite obvious. Yes, every one of us does. The dream to achieve the goal is the thing which pushes us to go on in our lives and gives us the reason to exist and make our life meaningful. Without it, we lost a meaningful life. We have to put our faith in something which we think is important and try our best to achieve it. And this is the way of life, better to say, way of continuing life. Now, we should also remember the fact that social rules and religion also work as side support to make our life meaningful. Because the people who cannot achieve the goal can console himself or herself through practicing these spiritual deeds. Okay, now come back to Okonko. Because Okonko always saw his father as a failure and he left nothing for him. Okonko, Okonko's only goal became to be someone successful, someone who is very important in his society. And for African society, being strong is very important. And that is why Okonko wanted to be someone very powerful. Actually, he took this being strong part very seriously because of his father's failure. And thus, toxic masculinity is generated in his character. For him, the meaning of life depends on his power. And through hard work, gradually he successfully became a famous wrestler, someone very recognized in his society. But when he came back from the exile, he saw that all of his society had completely changed. The whole African society was totally under European influence. So their African perspective of life and living had also changed. Being strong did mean nothing to them now. Okonko could not find any similarity from the past. Even his own son Ennoi was influenced by Christianity. So Okonko just lost his position at once. For Okonko, being a successful person in his African society was everything to him, his reason to live on. But now Okonko became a no one. Suddenly, all of his life and philosophy became a lie. On the other hand, he had no chance to be powerful enough to establish his own ideas as true because the European colonial power would not allow him to do so. And again, he was not the strongest acceptance, or he was not the strongest one anymore in the presence of the European power, and never would be. So his life as well. They sorry. So his life as well. They and accept because the presence of the European power, and he will not be the powerful enough. So his acceptance of physical power is also useless right now. Even he also lost the supporting reasons of life as well. They are the cultural values and religion for which he got the long 7 years of exile and followed it without questioning because he always believed in that. So clearly, the reasons for his life ended here, and he do nothing to change it. So there was no other way than to attempt suicide for him. Now the question comes: what is Okonko's problem with the European power? Because he himself used the gun, which represents the Europe. And this is the critical part. Actually, Okonko is sent to exile just to show us the difference caused by the European influence. If Okonko was not sent to exile, he also might have changed without even realizing that. Actually here Okonko was representing the whole African society and the culture, which is dead now because of the cultural and philosophical genocide done there by the European power. They forced African society to attempt cultural suicide, and through surrendering their own culture, the whole African society had done successful suicide. Every culture has its own apparent good and bad sides. Even European has witch hunting and blindly following the Bible and many more. So they have no right to lecture anyone, but they showed us themselves as the saviors and presented only the good side of theirs and hide the cultural richness of the colonized people and made them feel unworthy or savage. And thus, not only a physical but a psychological war they started and own. And they won because of the psychology which led weak ones to follow the powerful ones. Here, the rulers, because in colonized people's subconscious, the winner is pictured as someone powerful, someone superior to them, and everyone wants to be the superior one. So, because of this tendency and the picture Europeans depicted for themselves in front of them, in front of us, the others, quote unquote others, led the colonized people like Africa to change their culture, which is pointed out in this text. So, by Okonko's death, the writer metaphorically pointed out the suicide of the whole African culture. Okay, that is all. I would like to thank you all to give me this opportunity. Wish everyone will agree with me. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The reasons behind Okonko's suicide.
Okay. Yes, it's quite a well presented paper. Thank you, Debanjan.
Thank you, ma'am.
I like the way you raised certain points and also try to solve them on your own. Nice effort.
Now, Atanu, is there any other question?
Sir, it is a good question, sir. But actually, I don't think that Okonko is fleeing from the reality or the world, and that is the very thing which is presented in the text. Actually, it is not a suicide. I think it should be called a murder by the European power, a psychological and a cultural murder, because the Europeans just depicted themselves as someone superior, and they just hide the richness. So actually, psychologically, they are forced to be changed, and this happens very subtly that it is happening unconsciously. So even the victim did not realize that it is happening with them. And to show the reality, Akebi sent Okonko in exile. And when he came back, he saw the difference, and he find out that there is no other way than to attempt the suicide. So it is not actually suicide. He was forced to attempt the suicide. He is not fleeing. It is a murder. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Devbrata Shah Chaudhary.
Am I audible, sir?
So, okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me thank our honorable teachers for organizing this seminar and giving me the opportunity to present my paper in front of you all. The title of the paper that I'm going to present to you all today is Magic Realism in Chronicle of a Death Foretold. I'm fully certain that by the end of this talk, we will know many new facts about magic realism. So what I intend to do is to describe to you in particular how the writer, through magic realism, confronts reality and tries to untangle it, to discover what is mysterious in things, in life, and in human acts. I have divided my presentation into two main parts. The first part concerns the history of magic realism, and the second part is about its usage in the novel, Chronicle of a Death Foretold. So firstly, I would like to give you an overview of magic realism, I mean how it came into being. Magic realism, which is called El Realismo Mágico in Spanish, was a term first coined in 1949 by the Cuban novelist Alejo Carpentier to describe the matter-of-fact combination of the fantastic and everyday in Latin American fiction. The term magic realism is used to describe the prose fiction of writers such as Gabriel Garcia Marquez in Colombia, Isabel Allende in Chile, Günter Grass in Germany, and Italo Calvino in Italy. All these writers and countries have had brutal dictatorship, suggesting how the genre serves to offer subversion of dominant narratives. These writers interweave in a ever-shifting pattern a sharp-edged realism in representing ordinary events and descriptive details together with fantastic and dreamlike elements, as well as with materials derived from myth and fairy tales. So magic realism is basically just juxtaposition of realism with fantastic, mythic, and magical elements. Now let's come to the second part that is concerned with the usage of magic realism in the novel Chronicle of a Death Foretold. The technique that was most interesting in Gabriel Garcia Marquez's novel Chronicle of a Death Foretold was his use of magic realism. One magical element in the book is the use of dreaming. Dreaming is a constant theme throughout the novel Chronicle of a Death Foretold. It presents the reader with characters that have dreams, as these dreams are the primary sources of events that come true. Garcia Marquez developed the style of magic realism, a genre of writing that incorporates magical elements into an otherwise realistic story. Chronicle of a Death Foretold, while not as typical an example of magic realism as Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude, does have some elements in the magical realist style. Chronicle of a Death Foretold is based on the story of murder that occurred in Sucre, Colombia in 1951. The real name of Gabriel Garcia Marquez's mother, Lucia Santiago, his siblings, and his future wife, Mercedes Borja, are used in the novel. The narrator, like Gabriel Garcia Marquez himself, is a journalist who interviews his subjects to gather the facts. Amid the facts of his murder case are the elements of the fantastic, prophetic dreams, bad omens, eerie coincidences that cannot be explained. Chronicle of a Death Foretold exhibits many other aspects of the novel written in the magic realist style. For example, the novel makes oblique references to God and clairvoyance, and additionally, it has the magic realism aspect of a warped timeline. The main plot plays out 5 times, once in each of the 5 chapters, and each time information is given, as we all know, from a different individual in the community. This allows for the storyline to portray the idea of fragmentation, thus bringing in the idea of reality and fantasy. I have collected some examples from the text to delineate how the concept of magic realism has been used in the novel by Marquez. So, some instances of magic realism is in the novel are as follows. The first example we can say in the first chapter, Santiago's mother dreams of her son that he was killed before the night he was killed. He dreamed he was walking through a grove of trees. When he found he was spattered with bird droppings, she interprets this dream as an auspicious dream about trees, but later realizes this as an ominous dream about birds. Second example could be another instance of magic realism in the first chapter is when Victoria Guzman disembowels the rabbits, and she basically takes out the entrails of the rabbits and feeds it to the dogs. So Santiago is disturbed by this and implores her to imagine it like a person. Later in the story, we see him lying dead exactly like the rabbit Victoria killed. The third example could be Divina Flor, daughter of Victoria Guzman. She sees a vision of Santiago dressed in white and carrying a bouquet of flowers. The vision is so realistic that she believes he has actually entered the house. However, it is soon clear that the hallucination foreshadowed Santiago's death. The fourth and last example could be to Clotilde Almond, as we all know, she is the proprietress of the milk shop. She sees Santiago look like a ghost that very morning of his murder. So the idea of a man already looking dead certainly invokes a deep supernatural and bizarre, enigmatic feeling among us. So as we can see in the text, the magical elements that exist in the works of magic realism, for example, superstitions, exaggerations, dreams that come true, universal humor, and the coincidence of bizarre events, all of these elements are present within Chronicle of a Death Foretold. To sum up the information mentioned above, it is evident that Chronicle of a Death Foretold is a novel that preserves the effects of magic realism. The style of the author is captivating, owing to his masterful use of stylistic devices and an appropriate narrative structure. The story is considered to be a metafictional due to the reason that it is highly satirical, psychological, and even biblical to some extent. It can also be interpreted as a detective story. Why? Because of the crime being the basis of the speculations that is revolving. The allusions that the writer provides are the guides to his main points and ideas. Magical realism is displayed by means of magical elements, exaggeration, and the role of dreams. Presumably, the use of irony and satire shows the author's attitude
to the Latin American society in general. So magic realism is a striking tool by means of which the writer achieves the desired effect. And that brings us to the end. I would like to thank you for your time and attention today. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, it's quite engaging. Thank you, Devabrata. Quite
Thank you, ma'am.
engaging.
Yeah, Debbruto, you have just said that this is a detective story, isn't
Yes,
it?
sir.
Yeah, but why? Is
Uh,
the crime the only reason that you called it a detective story?
Yes, sir. I have mentioned the reason. That is basically a story is basically is revolving around the crime, and after 27 years of the death, the narrator, who is the friend of Santiago Nasser, is trying to investigate the whole thing after 27 years, and he is doing it in a journalistic style. I mean, he is working like a reporter. He is basically collecting information from different individuals, and he is basically uh, uh, trying to jump into the main plot and trying to discover who actually killed Santiago Nasser. And he is questioning people like whom, where did it happen, how did it happen, where did you see in Santiago, and things like that. So from that part, I have described it as a detective story.
Yeah, but then who is the journalist?
Actually, sir, the journalist is the writer himself. But here in the story, we see the friend of Santiago. He is basically using the journalistic style. As Gabriel Garcia Marquez was a journalist himself, so he incorporated this style in the story, and the narrator is basically acting like a journalist here.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. The next candidate, Akash Manna. Yeah. I am just thinking of it. Okay. Just Akash Manna.
Hello. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Akash Manna. My topic for today's presentation is on the elements of love, comparison, and reminiscence as the driving forces in the poem Tonight I Can Write the Saddest Lines by Chilean poet, diplomat, politician, and Nobel Prize in Literature winner Pablo Neruda. In the poem, Pablo Neruda talks about the loss of love, comparison of his life, and reminiscence to the fondest memories he can recall. The poem deals with the fact that a crucial part of the speaker's life has come to cessation. The poem showcases how love brings new joy to one's life and how it takes it away, with accompanied by pain and confusion when it is lost. Everything post period to the loss of love remains similar, like the sky filled with stars, the night breezes past, the night light shining in the brightness on the same places, all remains the same, except for the person that used to be beside the speaker to witnesses all. The absence of love has altered everything around the speaker without physically changing anything. It is the emotions that are no longer the same. The world that once felt so blissful and intimate has lost all its meaning and quality in the absence of her love, of his love. It can be said that the poet is meaning to say that the emotions of love and the presence of a loved one amplifies all the feelings around him. Even the littlest aspect of one's life can be paired with the happiest as well as the saddest moments of their life. The comparison of past and present is another aspect of this poem. At plenty of times, the speaker was filled with the sentiment of melancholy while comparing the present situation to the situation which he is at present, which are now. He experienced these feelings in the presence of his beloved, but despite of his consciousness letting him know that the course of the world hasn't changed a bit except for the loss of his attachment, he couldn't help but feel the same feelings and compare the then to the now. It made very little sense how something so precious to him can end so abruptly. This is after drawing different threads to the poem, he still circles round back to the loss of his beloved in his life. The theme of repetition throughout the poem shows the failure of immense trying to dispose the emotions that once meant so largely in his life. Speaker's effort to rationalize the loss of his loved one also is a key part in this poem, convincing how she is with someone else now, similar to the time she was before he met her. But he contradicts himself and his point later down the poem by mentioning maybe still have feelings and affections lingering in his heart for his lost love. With this, we understand the power of love and its effects on an individual, which derives then in the state of confusion, forever remembrance, and comparison of better and more tolerable days. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, surely. It feels like he talks about taking memories, taking essence from his own life. The way he described all his feelings, all these instances where he felt loved and joy in a company of his beloved, feels like he drew it from his own life. So he does have some lots of autobiographical elements in the throughout entirety of this poem. It could be because in this poem, throughout the poem, he is uh, mentioning the point of how he realizes now that what he has lost in true sense. So it could be about his wife, first wife.
Yes, it's uh, a very nice presentation, Akash. And actually, I personally feel that as I am quite fond of Pablo Neruda's love poems, that his poems are actually riddled with memories. That is, I intentionally use the word riddled. That is, the tapestry of his poetry is penetrated with very poignant memories. The sweet bitterness of memories that is ever present in his poems. So I don't know whether I am wrong or right, but I just wanted to express myself like this.
Thank you.
Yeah, Akash might.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, you are. You are audible, Akash.
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to my presentation. First of all, let me thank you all for coming here today. My topic is representation of African culture and society in Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. The Nigerian writer Chinua Achebe is known to be one of the most influential African writers and holds an important place in post-colonial studies. His main aim was to reconstruct the wrongly established beliefs, ideas, and thoughts of the Western world regarding Africa. In an interview, Achebe once said, "There is that great proverb that until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter." He depicts an Igbo society which has dignity and prominence in his Things Fall Apart. All the same, he did not forget to present the weaknesses in the Igbo culture that require drastic and immediate change, thus eliminating the gloomy ones for the growth and development of his revered society. We can see that here Achebe is admiring the democratic government in Igbo culture. For example, before making major choices, elders or NDT and others assemble in the village or square or ilo or in the marketplace to make decisions that impact the people or individuals. This is in contrast to dictatorship, where a tyrant has total authority. Again, Achebe describes the efficient system of justice in his Igbo culture. The Igbos have a well-established and effective judicial system, which the British replaced with the district commissioners and court messengers. Disputes in the tribe, which cannot be resolved in other ways, come before the Igugu, the greatest masked spirits of the clan, led by titled villagers. Hearing witnesses on both sides, the tribunal comes to a decision, as we can see in the case of Uzulu, who beat his wife and his indignant in-laws, who took his wife and children away. In this dispute, the Igugu tried to assuage its side. They warn Uzulu that fighting a woman is not bravery and tell him to take a pot of wine to his in-laws. On the other hand, they tell Uruki to return Uzulu's wife if he comes with wine. So here we can notice that the Egugu is refusing to blame a man or to praise that act. They are simply helping to settle this dispute. Chinua Achebe's society also has a highly developed religious system. Both Christianity and the Igbo religion value morality, honesty, straightforwardness, and reverence for the god. Both systems have only one supreme god. For the Umopians, the god is named as Tuku. Both gods are messengers on earth, Christ for the Christians and the wooden idols for the Igbos. Both religions support humility. The gods become vengeful only when they are disregarded. But there are also some differences between these two religions. Unlike the Europeans, the Igbos believe that a man should worship the gods and spirits of his fathers, even if these gods are not the Igbos' gods. While the European tradition allows men to fight their brothers over religion, the Igbo tradition prevents them from killing each other. Killing a clan member is an abomination for the Igbos. These differences are implying that the Igbo society is more tolerant than the Christian religion. While representing the viability of Igbo institutions in a world without Europeans, Achebe depicts the beauty of Igbo art, poetry, and music by demonstrating how it is interwoven with the most important institutions of the clan and by creating a sense of the Igbo language through his own use of English. The decorating of walls and bodies or the shaving of hair in beautiful patterns recurs in various ceremonies. Music and dancing are a part of Igbo rituals which call for talent, such as that of Obioso Ezikolo, king of all the drums. Stories become the means of inciting men to strength, of teaching about the gods, and of generally passing on the culture. Okonko tells masculine stories of violence and bloodshed, but the mothers talk of the tortoise's willy ways, strategies for the weak, and of the pity of the gods. To show how conversation is respected, Achebe throughout illustrates how careful the Igbos are in their choice of words so that they can make a point without offending their listener or listeners. As Achebe says, for the Igbos, proverbs are the palm oil with which words are written. Thus, for example, Unoka refuses to pay Opoi by asserting that the sun will shine on those who stand before it shines on those who kneel under them. In other words, Unoka will pay his large debt before its small one. Achebe himself uses proverbs to explain his culture. As the elders said, if a child washed his hands, he could eat with kings. This proverb embodies tribal recognition that through hard work, even a person such as Okonko can overcome his father's ill repute to make himself one of the greatest men of his time. And the proverbs help to establish the morality on which the tribe depends. Most of the villagers dislike Okonko's pride, which causes him to deal brusquely with other men. In addition to portraying the dignity of Igbo village life, Achebe makes it clear that the Igbos did not need the white man to carry them into the modern world. Change and progress were possible within the Igbo system. Formerly, the punishment for breaking the wick of peace was not so mild as that meted out to Okonko, an offering to Ani. In the past, a man who broke the peace was dragged in the ground through the village until he died. But after a while, this custom was stopped because it spoiled the peace which it was meant to preserve. Such changes were likely to be brought about by men who, like Obedika, thought about things such as why a man should suffer for an inadvertent offense or why twins should be thrown away. Achebe's novel depicts for both Africans and Americans the actual and potential sources of modern Nigerian dignity. Things Fall Apart suggests that the perpetual human types recur in all cultures and that all effective civilizations must learn to deal with those types. Revealing the Igbo ability in pre-colonial times to incorporate the variety of humans in a well-functioning culture, Achebe refers his Igbo society to a series of standards which both Africans and Americans can think as goals. A degree of redistribution of wealth, a combination of male and female principles, compelling art and poetry and music, tolerance, democracy, morality, a sound system of justice, and, perhaps most important, the capacity for meaningful change. Lending veracity to his depiction of Igbo society by remaining clear-sighted about cultural weaknesses which need correction, Achebe depicts a worthy precursor of a healthy and just modern civilization. So this was all about how Achebe has portrayed African culture and society in his Things Fall Apart. It's been an honor to be among such accomplished persons and to have the opportunity to share my views with you all. Again, thank you all for your precious time. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, it's nice, Akash. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Mm, Really nothing. So let us proceed to the next candidate, Orit Mukherjee.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, ma'am, am I audible? Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. Firstly, thank you, my respected teachers, to give me the opportunity for present my paper. And my very topic is critiquing things fall apart from post-colonial perspective. Now, we have to understand what is post-colonial literature. The post-colonial literature is primarily concerned with writing back to the center by active engagement in a process of questioning and travestying colonial discourses. According to O'Reilly, when approaching a post-colonial text, the writer has an awareness of some key issues that include the use of indigenous cultural traditions, the appropriation of English, and the impact, whether it is the cultural impact or psychological or on political impact of colonialism and its aftermath. These three principal issues are scrupulously and efficiently dealt with by achieving in Things Fall Apart. This novel illustrates the cultural traditions of the indigenous Igbo. It demonstrates cultural, psychological, and political impact of colonialism on the Igbo. And for making these 2 points, the most points of demonstration successful, Achebe resorts to the English language as a medium of expression. Among the three major issues inherent in a post-colonial text stated by O'Reilly, the first one, indigenous cultural traditions, will get more importance since it is more related to the topic of the paper. Edward Said in Orientalism argues that the fabricated Orient was a European invention and had been since antiquity a place of romance, exotic beauties, haunting memories, and landscapes, remarkable experiences. And yet none of this Orient is merely imaginative. Edward Burnett Tyler writes in his Primitive Culture book, the tourists, after reaching the impassable countries in Africa and seeing no police system available in their own country, come to the direct conclusion that the cannibals live there as their wishes. We think it is a wrong belief because in these uncivilized countries there are severe rules and regulations in each state of life. Frank Fanon, in his book "The Rest of the Earth", offers the same statement that for colonialism this vast continent was the haunt of savages, a country riddled with superstitions and fanaticism, destined for contempt, weighed down by the curse of God, a country of cannibals, in short, the Negro country. In this respect, Achebe has placed himself in line with Said. Things Fall Apart has become an anti-Orientalist discourse because of the authentic depiction of the Igbo life. The life of the Igbo is romanticized and so distorted by the Europeans, but by presenting a view of pre-colonial Igbo society, Achebe attempts to reclaim African history from an African perspective. Achebe receives early education in English, but grows up surrounded by the complex fusion of Igbo traditions and the colonial legacy. The invention of tradition and the narration of history are central to the nation. The nation has its own historical narrative that illustrates its origins and individual disposition. In Things Fall Apart, Achebe attempts to assert his own historical narratives by adhering to the oral tradition. In his essay, named for Victoria, Queen for England, Achebe expresses his moral responsibility to reassert the past. He says that Things Fall Apart was an act of atonement with my past, a ritual return and hope. and homage for a prodigal son. In his essay, The African Writer and the English Language, Achebe states that African literature should be defined as having the complexity of the African scene in material time, otherwise it is doomed to failure. Achebe presents to us an all-encompassing and meticulous depiction of the pre-colonial Igbo society in Things Fall Apart. One major purpose of his writing the novel is writing back to the Europeans or who have long been misrepresented Africa through their fabricated stories about Africa's long practiced traditions and culture. Fafrul Alam is of the same opinion. One of Chinua Achebe's goals in writing Things Fall Apart was to correct the whole history of misrepresentations of his people and country in Occidental discourse. Things Fall Apart recreates an oral culture and a consciousness imbued with an agrarian way of life and exhibits, as Achebe himself says, that African people did not hear of civilization for the first time from the Europeans. Simultaneously, he seeks to avoid depicting pre-colonial Africa as a pastoral ideal, rejecting the nostalgic evocations of Leopold Senghor and Francophone negritude school of writing. The novel immensely shows the third key issue in the post-colonial text, that is, the impacts of colonialism stated by O'Reilly. European colonialism has totally destroyed the culture and traditions of the Igbo people, who in turn destroy their identity. Ames Césaire, in his revolutionary text Discourse on Colonialism, elaborately exposes the nature and effects of colonialism. We can take his concepts about colonialism into consideration to illustrate the colonial effects shown in Achilles' Things Fall Apart. Caesar states that bourgeois Europe has destroyed the root of diversity. Before the coming of colonialism, African societies were culturally diverse. Colonialism has trampled the diversity underfoot. He also maintains that the Negro world has been disqualified and the mighty voices stilled forever as a result of colonial oppression. About the effects of colonialism in Africa, Caesar says, I am talking about societies drained of their essence, cultures trampled underfoot, institutions undermined, lands confiscated, religions smashed, magnificent artistic creations destroyed, extraordinary possibilities wiped out. In Things Fall Apart, it is seen that before the advent of the colonial power of the people of Umofia lived in communal agreement in an organized society of economic, cultural, political, familial, and religious stability. But colonial rule turns the social stability into instability and disintegration. The title of the novel itself signifies these claimed things are no longer in order. Colonialism has made them disordered. Prior to the colonialism in Igbo land, it is found that people performed various cultural issues without anxiety. But colonialism comes and imposes. Okay. The colonial masters bring with them different ideologies and philosophies about human relations, such as individualism and Marxism. In the African philosophy of relationship, a person is fundamentally defined as being with or belonging to. See, For example, colonial Christianity affects even the father-son relationship, as we see in Okonkwo and his son Enwoi. Seeing Enwoi among the missionaries in Umofia, Obierika asks him, "How is your father?" Enwoi replies, "I don't know. He is not my father." Then Obierika comes to Okonkwo, who is not interested to talk about Enwoi. Achebe's novel shatters the stereotypical European portraits about the native Africans by unfolding the devastating effects of colonialism on the life of the Igbo people. In Things Fall Apart, Chinua Achebe has successfully made a comprehensible demarcation between the pre-colonial and the colonial Igbo land. By setting these two periods opposite to each other, Achebe demonstrates the value and authenticity of the Igbo traditions in a more unambiguous manner. His strategy of differentiation between the pre-colonial and the colonial well suits his purpose of writing back by rewriting the history of lost traditions and culture of the Igbo. That's it from my side.
Yeah, I have no question. Didi?
No, it's quite okay. I have no question.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Then, yeah, Ashmita Das.
Good
Ashmita,
afternoon, Professor. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, professors. I am Ashmita Das. Firstly, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Today, I will be speaking about Tonight I Can Write as a poem of love and melancholy. It is a poem by Pablo Neruda in the collection of 20 love poems and a song of despair, which was published in 1924 in Spanish and later translated in English. The poem is about the memories of lost love and the pain they can cause. Throughout the poem, the speaker recalls the details of his love, which is now broken. The speaker constantly juxtaposes the past and happy life with a sorrowful present. The poem tells us about the speaker's love, loneliness, and hope. It is written in the style of a monologue, with the repetition of the line, Tonight I can write the saddest line 3 times, just to emphasize the immense amount of sadness. The images as crushed night and chills of blue stars in the distance shows his melancholic mood. Moreover, I think he can write today because his creative energies were gone due to the heartbreak. He remembers the night when she was in his arms, and tonight he is all alone, trying to cope up with the pain. The woman's absence in his life is very effective and unfortunate, but it is also the only reason he was able to write such a masterpiece which is still remembered by his readers all over the world. Then the speaker mentions his longing for his lady love. He is searching for her, but she is not there to comfort him. I think the lady was infatuated by him because he mentioned in the poem that she loved him sometimes, not always. But the speaker's love was more mature and more for her. This poem is the after effect of a heartbreak because he says love is short and forgetting is long and obviously hard. And in this poem, the night symbolizes sorrow and darkness which have come after his lover has left him. He is jealous because she is another's now, which is really painful to watch. He ends the poem by saying that this is the last poem he writes for her. He wants to forget completely about her, to cease his sorrows. This poem is the perfect example of love and the pain it causes. And it shows a complete cycle of a love life. And here I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashmita.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Ashmita. Let us shift to the next question. Yasmin Khatun. Yasmin
Yes,
Khatun?
sir. Am I audible? Sir, am I
Yeah,
audible?
Yes,
Good
yeah,
you
you're
are.
afternoon
audible.
to all.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all the professor and my dear classmates. Firstly, I would like to thank to all the professor for organizing this wonderful seminar and giving me the opportunity to present my topic, which is Tonight I Can Write the Saddest Line as a Confessional Poem by Pablo Neruda. Pablo Neruda is a great Chile poet. He was a communist and a revolutionary poet. He won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1971. Tonight, I Can Write the Saddest Line is one of the best loved poems of Neruda. It is a monologue written in a confessional mood, lamenting the loss of love of a jilted lover. The lover thinks of natural world, the night, the star, the wind, the sky, and everything that reminds him of his lost love. The night and the darkness matches the sad mood of the lover. The lover confesses that tonight he is writing the saddest line, and thereby he is ritually killing his lady love with his pen, which is he wants to free himself from his lost love. The poet juxtaposes tonight and the night of the past when his lady love was with him, which illustrate his initially inability to come up with the term, which is to present the isolated state. Tonight he is terribly alone. Now the night stand for his shattered love, and the twinkling star become blue and shiver in the distance. The narrator of the poem is a jilted lover whose girlfriend has become another man's wife. This makes him very sad and is lamenting on the loss of love. He admits that their love for each other didn't last because of their mistake. The fickleness of the love is the major cause of his loss of love. But he cannot run away from his past, which haunts him day and night like a nightmare. He says, "She loved me sometimes, and I love her too." This frank opinion of the narrator is the beauty of the love poem. All human beings and their words and deeds are imperfect, which leads to failure. And the poet admits the truth. When she was with him, they enjoyed every single night, and all nature supported their love. The night, the sky, the star, and the cool breeze welcomed the young couple. They thought their meeting would last forever, but the inevitable came and they were separated. Still, the narrator loves her and thankfully remembers the sweet joy that she has given him. He says, "Love is short and forgetting is long." Their love for each other was so sweet that the time flew away in a lightning speed. But the past love haunts him day and night like a nightmare. The narrator, like all human beings, thought that she would be forever his lover and only his. This is a foolish idea. Nothing lasts forever. She has gone to another man. Now the narrator wants to escape from his past, which is haunting him like a nightmare. Therefore, he starts writing a poem that begins, "The night is shattered and the blue stars shiver in the distance." In the poem, he expresses his love, anguishness, helplessness, and terrible loneliness. Thus, he explains his love, which is now dead and gone forever. His past love is shattered and shiver in the distance. Night and stars are used as a metaphor for his past love. The lines of this poem falls on his heart like dews on the meadows. He is certain that this poem is like a ritual, killing his love for her. Thus, he can set himself free from the thought of her. Tonight, I can write the saddest line, which is his universal level. Pablo Neruda give us our love poem, which we hug to our heart with great satisfaction and whisper every single line of it in our solitude. This is a genuine love poem meant for every human being who is born to love and to be loved. That's it. Thank you.
So it was a very precise and well presented paper.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have no questions. So let us proceed to the next candidate. Sripornam.
Sir, I'm audible. Good afternoon, my honorable professors. Today I am going to give a speech, a discussion on Tonight I Can Write as a Confessional Poem by Pablo Neruda. Pablo Neruda is the great poet of Chile. He was a communist and a revolutionary poet. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1971. Tonight I Can Write the Saddest Lines is one of the best loved poems of Neruda. It is a monologue written in a confessional mode, lamenting the loss of love of a jilted lover. The lover thinks of the natural world, the night, the stars, the wind, the sky, and everything that reminds him of his lost love. The night and the darkness match his sad mood. The lover confesses that tonight he is writing the saddest lines, and thereby he is ritually killing his lady love by his pain, which becomes his mighty sword. The first line of the poem leaves the readers with a curiosity to know the reason of poet's sadness. The images like shattered night and shivering of the blue stars in the distance indicate him melancholic mood. He decides to write a poem at night which brings a dark imagery and his sad mood. The writers feel that he can write the saddest lines the night as he knows that she is no longer with him. Without her, the night seems to be immensely lonely, but his writing replenishes his soul like dewdrops to the posture. He feels upset that in spite of everything, his love could not have her, and without her, his soul is lost. The night traumatized as she is not with him. He hears someone singing in the distance, which also indicates that he is alone, as he could hear it from the distance. Now, he mentions he is longing to get reunited with his lady love as his sight searches for her to go to her, and his heart too looks for her. Again, he mentions that night is similar to the other night when they were together. Suddenly, he declares that he does not love her, but he loved her greatly earlier. He even tried to send the wind. Sorry, sir. But she is another's now, and to express his pain of losing her, the poet states in that voice, but infinite eyes will be another's. Again, he, excuse me, sir. Sir, can I give her side? Sorry, sir, extremely sorry. I'm extremely sorry, sir. Can I start again, sir? The night leaves him with the memory of his lady love, and her loss leaves his soul disturbed. He concludes the poem with a determination that this is the last pain she gives him, and this is the last poem he writes for her. He hopes that with this painful attempt of writing, he wishes to get out of her memory. His love, and he feels helpless and the terrible loneliness. Thus he explains his love, which is now dead and gone forever. His past love is shattered and shiver in the distance. Night and the stars are metaphors of his past love. The lines of his poem falls in his heart like dews on the meadows. He is certain that this poem is like a ritual killing of his love for her. Thus he can set himself free from the thought of her. Tonight I Can Write the Saddest Line reaches universal level. Pablo Neruda gives us our love poem, which we hug to our heart with a great satisfaction and whisper every line of it in our solitude. This is genuine love poem meant for every human being who is born to love and be loved. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Sneha Mujumdar.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Hello everyone. My name is Neha Majumdar. Today I am going to give a presentation on the voice of the mountain by Mamang Dai. So basically, Dai is an Indian poet, novelist, journalist, and also an ex-IAS officer. Such a reputed job we know. But she quit this job to represent the voice of the people of where she belongs. Her writings are all about the nature, people, landscape, myth of the northeastern part of India, the part which is totally detached from the rest of the India. We know about the northern part of India, western part of India, eastern part of India, the southern part of India, but we don't know much about the northeast part, about the seven sisters, that is Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Mizoram, Manipur, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Tripura. When we talk about Indian literature, for many days we have not included Northeastern literature in the mainstream literature. So I think it is now time for us to considering it in mainstream literature and the voice of the indigenous people in our literary canon. Now let's move on. The main topic that I am presenting, the name of my paper is Mind of Mountain, exploring mountain symbolism in the poem of Mamangdai. Northeast India is a mosaic of tribal culture and beliefs. The poetry of Northeast consists of paradoxical realities of violence and myth. The richness of this religion lies in its vibrant cultures, its rituals, traditions, dance, and folklores. Too many writers of this region, legends, and short stories are still a wellspring of thoughts and emotions that are restored in a particular blend of myth and memory. Still, a wellspring of, unique to the region. The horrors of insurgency, neglect, and exploitation, mass killing, and migration have brought misery to the land, which is known for its rich biodiversity and beauty of nature. Northeast India is one bountiful region abounding in nature's richness and hence has been the apple of the eye of the neighboring countries. The negligence of the Indian government has helped infiltrators and Mayottes to occupy these regions and at the same time given rise to the insurgencies against its policies. The peaceful, innocent tribal groups have thus become victims of terrorist ravages of man and nature. Like Mahashweta Devi, Mamangdai has stood by her people, reaching out to them in person and wielding her pen in support of their cause. Now, the geographical concepts of mountains acting as rain shadow and rain shading natural structures are interlinked with the philosophy of the hill tribes. The tribes, through their traditional knowledge and experience, understand the linkages between mountain and rains. Their belief systems are intrinsically entwined with nature and its preservation, and their lifestyle replicates the traditional practices. In Mamangdai's poem, the mystic and grandeur of mountains, along with a myth and a folklore surrounding them with an ethereal story around these land masses. The mountain for her is not merely another memory of childhood and youth, but it forms part of a continuing relationship with the environment. The mountain is like an oracle, telling stories of chance and yet bearing the nature of permanence. In the end of the poem, The Voice of the mountain knows that the universe gives nothing but an appearance of being permanent. Peace is a falsity, the mountain remarks. The last line of the poem is significant as it is a resonance of the conditions of the world. Regimes may change, and the dream of a true homeland may be fulfilled, but peace ever eludes. The existence of truth is an existential reality, but behind it is the turmoil and dissatisfaction of a nation. Several movements for peace over the ages have achieved peace on the ashes of the violence and bloody war. History is a mere spectator to these violent revolutions, and the innocent's peace has often been cloaked in the guilt of blood. In the voice of the mountain, the writer speaks like an omnipresent voice, traveling the river, the towns, and the estuary mouth. They says that the mountain is like an old man sipping the breeze that is forever young. She says that the nature is like an old man who has lived many lives. His voice is like sea waves and mountain peaks. Nature transfers symbols as is a charm syllable that orders the world with history and miracles. In the poem, the mountain narrates the story of its omnipresence. The opening lines from where I sit on the high platform, I can see the fairy lights crisscrossing the big river. The mountain claims to be well knowing. It sees the towns, the estuary mouth, and the bank of the river. The mountains are so ancient that they can outline the chapters of the world. Thank you.
Trivona, sorry, Sneha,
Yes, sir.
you did not mention the topic of your presentation.
Sir,
You
I
just
have
mentioned the name of the poem.
yes, sir. The Voice of the Mountain by Mamangdai.
Yeah, actually, it is the name of the poem and the writer, the poet.
Yes.
What is the topic?
Oh, the topic is the mountain symbolism in Mamangdai's poem.
Okay, fine. The symbolism of
Yes,
mountain. Oh,
sir.
thank you.
Mountain symbolism in the poem of Mamangdai.
Okay.
Um, for me, mountains, the sea is so vast for me. I love to visit the seas, but also the mountains are for me vast, very vast. The pillars of those people who lives in the mountains, the they their life are surrounded by the mountains. Obviously, when we visit the mountains, if we see the lights at the night, those small lights in the mountain, those are like the stars came down to the land, uh, and it was heavenly for me. So the vastness is the, I think, those are the link between the sea and the mountain. They are so vast that it is like yes, sir.
Okay. Then next candidate, Priyanka Adhikari. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Then Ritima Datta. Ritima.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
Good afternoon, teachers and friends. My name is Ritima Datta, and today the topic of my presentation is about the use of magical realism in Garcia Marquez's Chronicle of Death Portal. The term magical realism was first applied in 1925 by the German art critic Franz Roh, and later in the 1940s, a Cuban novelist, Alejo Carpentier, recognized this theme in abundance in the Latin American literature. Magical realism becomes popular as a term, as a concept, and also as a genre of writing in post 1960s and 80s. In the magic realistic writings, the magical part of the story does not point itself as magical. It is represented as it is part of everyday life. Here, magic is offered not as something external or something special, but rather like everyday thing. Gabriel Garcia Marquez was one of the most renowned magic realistic writers, especially in South America. Marquez once said that he wrote magic realism because, according to him, that's just how life was in Latin America. And he was also influenced by the way his grandmother used to tell stories. She would tell stories as if they were supernatural and fantastic, but she would just tell them as if they were just blended into reality and happening every day. My goal in this presentation is to highlight the elements of magic realism as presented in Marquez's novel, The Chronicle of Death Foretold. The novel is a perfect example of magic realism. It tells the story of the murder of Santiago Nassar by the two Vicario brothers. In the novel, there are various instances where the supernatural elements effortlessly blend with the reality. Firstly, dreaming is a constant theme throughout the novel. These dreams are primary sources of events that come true. Santiago Nassar's mother is introduced to have a reputation as a interpreter of dreams. The narrator presents this fact in a much normalized way of how the dreams were a reasonable way of interpretations. Santiago also tells about his dream to his mother, where he was walking through the grove of trees where he found it he was spattered with birch. But she remembers later that she paid attention only to the part about the birds, which typically implies good health. Santiago saw another dream in which he sees fate allowing him to have a painful and lonely death. And this is what exactly happened later in the novel. Another instance of magical realism is throughout the novel that the characters refer to various they had which are related to the death of Santiago. The death is foretold and shown from different angles and interpretations. To Clotilde, Santiago looked like a ghost that very morning of his murder. At the same day, Divina sees a vision of Santiago, dressed in white and carrying a bouquet of flowers. The idea of a man already looked dead certainly invokes a deep supernatural feeling. Then, in Angela Bizario's name, Angela is derived from the word angel. Ironically, Angela fails to act religiously throughout the novel. She cannot be called angel as she caused a brutal death of an innocent man. In those days, the role of self-respect and family's dignity is the highly valued in the Latin American society. Possibly, this is the reason people do not notice the importance of person's life. On the other hand, magical realism contains an implicit criticism of society. In the novel, we can see Angela's parents, especially her mother, imposed on her the obligation to marry Bayardo San Roman. Marquez mocks at the nature of common type of women who are ready to give their daughters to a wealthy, handsome man without understanding their daughter's heart. Thus, we can see magical realism is displayed by the means of magical elements, exaggeration, and role of dreams in the novel. The use of irony and satire shows the author's attitude to the Latin American society, where the magic realism has been used as a tool. Thus, the genre serves a critique of the society, especially in the context of the post-colonial discourse. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Ritima.
Thank you, Ritima.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Now the next, Shobhik Das.
Am I audible, sir?
Shobhik Das.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shovik Dash. Firstly, I want to thank our professors for giving me the opportunity to present my thoughts with all of you. Today, my presentation is on Chronicles of a Death Foretold, and my topic is about the narrative technique of Chronicles of a Death Foretold. Chronicles of a Death Foretold, written in 1981 by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, is the story of a murder, Santiago Nassar's murder. What makes this otherwise pseudo-journalistic attempt
at reconstruction of the event, a fantastic story is the blending of fantasy, fable, and fact it has to offer. The primary thing to be noted is that the love theme of the narrative is under subordination to the theme of the killing. The novel is a narrative of a killing within 5 chapters. The first chapter recounts the morning of the killing of Santiago Nasser by the twin brother Pablo and Pedro Vicario to avenge their sister's honor. The second chapter presents the background of the relationship between the to be husband and wife Beardo San Roman and Angela Vicario, carrying their story forward to the evening of the wedding ceremony. The next chapter deals with the evening of the wedding ceremony and the following night, right before Santiago's death. With a time shift seemingly to maintain the suspense of the narrative, the fourth chapter provides us with information subsequent to the death of Santiago's, like his autopsy and Angela's life after the fateful night. The last chapter returns to the chronology and provides us with a graphic and detailed description of Santiago's mother. The narrative works on 2 dimensions: the pseudo-journalistic historical dimension of the unnamed narrator's attempt to investigate the facts 27 years after the murder, and the literary dimension that forms of the almost unreal instances of the narrative. As Bell notes, the historical and the literary dimensions dissolve into one another, and that forms the magically realistic narrative of Chronicles. The story opens with a narrator trying to reconstruct the event of day of Santiago Nasser's murder. This reconstruction, as the title of the book states, is to be a chronicle. While this reinforces the narrative as a historical inquiry, a historical account of events arranged in order of time, usually without analysis or interpretation, as defined by Merriam-Webster Dictionary. It also problematizes the narrative because the narrative is but a chronicle. Despite his attempts, the narrator, as Weaver speculates, realizes the experience itself can't be accurately retold in the same linear fashion in which it seemed to occur. Although there are mentions of the clock time at various points in the novel, yet the passage of time fails to make a significant mark on the reader. This is perhaps because the stringent banality of the clock time is absolutely that, a banality in a narrative concerning the expenses of consciousness of the people on one level and the community as a whole on other level. Time then becomes more spherical and interconnected then the bounds of a chronological structure, making the narrative lose chronological rigidity. The journalistic element of the narrative is perhaps the most highlighted in its opening line. On the day they were going to kill him, Santiago Nasser got up at 5:30 in the morning to wait for the boat the bishop was coming on, much like a news report. The narrative offers up the beginning and the end of the story in its first sentences. What is also significant is that later in a narrative, the narrator gets hold of the reports from the court proceeding concerning the murder and uses them as a part of the of his narrative. What what then makes this suspense less factuality. As Weaver calls it, Raymond Williams' kind of mystery novel in reverse is the subjective rendering of the events and an attempt at the reconstruction. Thus, the sublime blending of the historical pseudo-journalistic of the narrator's investigation with a magically realistic literary mode of the narrator that makes that makes chronicles of a death foretold a parody of the very romance that was the primary element of its composition. That's all.
Okay, I have no question. Atanu or Didi? Okay, then let us shift to the next question. Yeah, Sagnik Mondul.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. I am Shagnik Mondol. My topic is today Revolving Days as a Poem of Memory. Malov has always been and continues to be a more than usually philosophical poet in the sense that he rises and pursues sometimes quite persistently philosophical ideas that interest him. Usually ideas about language and reality, memory and consciousness. This gives some of his poetry and intellectual, even at times a theoretical element, which has run his reputation no harm in the contemporary academy. Those interests have remained there as enduring from the earlier volumes to the latter. So too as a certain, most notably to the great Roman poet Horace, who has inhabited Malop's sensibility from bicycle uh, and with those were self-mocking. Malov clearly feels strong affinities. In this poem, the speaker reflects on a time in his past when he fall in love. He calls it a mistake, of course, but it seems as though the feeling has stayed with him. He recalls the feelings he felt, but also the colors of the shirts he purchased them for his new life as a lover. He and his lover do not stay in touch. However, um, sorry. However, sometimes he feels as though he is right back there in the relationship again. The time passes and days go by, but the speaker still feels that his heart is in his mouth again. His feelings remain unchanged then, and he considers who she might be involved with now. In the end, however, he assures her that he will not reappear in her life and doesn't mean to cause her any discomfort. He accepts nothing from her and does not accept to hear from her. Within revolving days, Malov explores themes of relationship, the past, and memory. His speaker addresses his ex-lover, obviously, which I mentioned previously. Revolving days uses apostrophe and symbolism to convey the idea that moving on from lost love can be incredibly difficult, and even impossible. Apostrophe is when the speaker addresses someone absent or dead as though they were there and could respond. Here, the poet's use of apostrophe helps to convey the speaker's sense of longing, of yearning for the lover who has left him. Further, the color of the shirt he purchased during the relationship, mint green one, pink the third, called Evie, tan with darker stripes, seem to symbolize the new life he hoped he would have as a lover. They are bright and clean and new, probably pressed and pressed. One is first button down collar, the colorful brightness of those shirts, as well as the blue eyes of his lost love are the only colors in the poem. Life seems as though it is perhaps figuratively colorless now for him. We find a fluctuation of emotion in the lover. He uh, uh, oscillates between the past and the present. In the second stanza, the speaker resides in the present, but he doesn't forget the past. He still feels the presence of the beloved somewhere around him. In the poem, he is drawn back in the time by the memory of the past love. Although he says that falling in love was a mistake, the love has endured within him. He seems to transcend time when he catches a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He feels like his love is in the other room and he is deciding which self he is going to present. He remembers T-shirts he purchased during that time period when he is in the relationship, which presents the changes that he was making in himself. In reality, time has
Pratik,
passed.
please make a little bit faster. Make a faster.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In reality, time has passed. His lover is far away. This semblance of moving in and out of reality is reflected in the title, Evolving Days. In the end, Maloff's words research and past love that although the memories have conjured up in physical emotions, there will be no intrusion into present life. He doesn't expect anything in return, he says. Thank you.
Okay, any question? I have none.
No, I don't have any questions. It's okay. It's okay.
Okay. Next, Anirban Sardar.
Hello,
Anirban
good
Sardar.
afternoon. Hello, hello, good afternoon, all of you. The topic of my presentation is all about critical appreciation of the poem. Tonight I can write. Pablo Neruda is a great Chilean poet. He was born in the year 1904 and died 1973. His real name is Napoli Ricardo Reyes Basalto. He was awarded the uh, prestigious Nobel Prize in the year 1971 for his literary works. Neruda once earns immense reputation for his collection of poetry. This collection has 20 poems. Among them, the poems Tonight I Can Write seems unique from several directions. At all level, this poem has romantic setting with the glimpse of the starry night and sweet moonbeams. At another level, the poet is disappointed for the unexpected separation from his lady love. The other resonance of the poem will be explored gradually. This poem begins abruptly. Tonight I can write the saddest lines. The poet confesses that in this very night he can write the saddest lines. It is starry night. The blue stars are twinkling in the distinct sky. The night wind is blowing. The poet illustrates that the laughed his lady constantly, though she laughed him occasionally or sometime. At such romantic night, the poet can recollect the passionate moment that he had with the lady love. The poet used to hold her and kissed her repeatedly, again and again under the endless sky. The poet suffers from intense feeling of loneliness. He speaker of his constant love for the lady and occasionally love of the lady for him. The poet admits that the attraction of his lady lies in her still eyes. The poet asserts that it is almost impossible to ignore her and impressive looks. It is painful to the poet to remember that the lies lost his beloved. The poet compared the release of the verse to the fall due to the pasture. The poet cries, "The night is starry and she is not with me." Being emotional, the poet can listen to the singing of someone from a distance. The soul of the poet does not derive satisfaction of the plea that it has lost her. The poet searches for his lady love by his side. His only intention is to bring her closer. The heart of the poet looks for the lady, but in no time. The poet laments over the fact that the lady is no more with him. The poet looks at the world of the nature. He discovers that the trees are whitened as before, but only the poet and his lady loves have been changed miserably. To conclude, the poet knows that now the lady belongs to somebody else. He will also be others. The poet feels love is so short and forgetting is so long. Thus, the present poem succeeds to explore both love and languishment. That's all. Thank you, sir.
No question from my side as well. Thank you. Actually, Priyanka is trying to join, but uh, she had to leave because of some network issues, and now she wants to rejoin. But she called me and said that she can't. So, what can be done about her? Priyanka Udhikari.
Afternoon.
That's why she's repeatedly calling me. But she can see the rejoin option, but somehow that is not active.
ম্যাম আমি ওকে ফোন রিস্টার্ট মেরে আবার ট্রাই করতে বললাম।
Okay, thank you. That will be all right. Okay, that's all. That's fine.
Okay, Chandranath Nandi. Chandranath Nandi.
Chandranath is here. I can see him, but he is not responding.
Shall we call the next candidate? Okay.
What else?
Pratyay Ghatak. Pratyay Ghatak. Arghudip Das.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening to my respected professor. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss discuss in this seminar. So I have presented a short presentation. Can I share screen? Can I have the permission to share screen, sir?
Yes, you can share yours.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Is my screen sharing? Yeah. Okay, sir. So I wrote a short tour, a brief tour about a literary guide for the poem Tonight I Can Write, written by Pablo Neruda. So thank you all. Should I say first? Yeah. So yeah. So my components of these presentations are we'll know a little bit about the poet, motif of the poem, structure of the poem, themes, symbolism, literary devices used by poet, and the message. All are in brief. Actually, when I start, I'll be starting the presentation. So when I started, first read about the poem, I go through it, and I wasn't really impressed. I really thought it was he's really whining. So but he's whining in a literary, good, poetic fashion. So I dig up a little bit and I really fell in love with the poem. So here I present. So before starting, we should know a little bit about the poet. Uh, Pablo Neruda, originally wrote it in Spanish. It was what we read is what is translated in 1969 by W.S. Marvin, I believe, uh, in his translation in 20 20 love songs, love poems, and a song of despair. So uh, Pablo Neruda really belonged to the generation of 1927 of Spanish poets, and he was born in 1904 and died in 1973. Uh, he first submitted this paper in 1920 when he was in career at Santiago University. So within the lines, we can really see the pain and the grief of the poet when he realizes he just lost his lover, and she's finally going to be someone else's. So that is where we come the motive. So the motive is extremely clear. The mood is so blue, and that is like he literally says at first, I can write the saddest lines now. And uh, what is the fun part? It is like the mumbling effect of when he cannot write the saddest lines, and when he says he's hallucinating or he's not able to write the cleanest lines, that expresses the real sadness of the moment, or like the reality of the situation. So the verse feels like the soul, like a dew pasture. If he lacks the control over the formation of the verse itself, yes, it produces a fascinating paradox. So that is the main motive here. He lost somebody. He's in very pain, and everything seems to be blue from night to sky to his lover's eyes. So let me go to the structure. The poem about Pablo Neruda, the poems which brought Pablo Neruda in the broader mass is most of his love poems, and we can safely say that. So in the poem Tonight I Can Write, the poet is extensively lyrical and very, uh, it will be very verbs he uses in the lines like nights is shattered slash and the blue star shivers in the distance. They emphasize the pent up passion that inspires his poetry. The significance of the love affairs lies in the fact that he lost her, for he admits that while she loved me slash sometimes I loved her too, where poet confesses that he really loved his lady. Readers should also make sure that it is originally written in Spanish. So I always go against the translated poem or poetry. It somehow misses something. So yeah, so we will go to the themes. Themes is very clear. It is the theme of love, loss, solitude. I wrote some uh, answers in literatures which everybody agreed about that it could be elegy, because this is like I do not know if it is about a dead person or, but it is so painful. Uh, it could be considered as elegy. It seems him that she will be someone else's and he cannot just tolerate it. So the sad state of mind encourages him to write this poem. So we'll talk about the symbolisms. Uh, the biggest symbol of all in this poem is the sky. It is the same sky which is bright, which is white, which is blue, which has yellow stars, and his which also has blue stars. It's the colors which symbolizes the mood and the texture of the literary pieces. So he really the sky itself just doesn't change because it's a natural phenomena. The mood and the emotions of a human being, in this particular case Pablo Neruda, molds the reality into a sadder part. So the literary devices he uses is mainly is alliterations, which we most of the time see the s in lots of words where it shouldn't be, and it really stresses the silent and the dead night. I hope I'm safe to put it like that. Uh, so Neruda makes the several literary devices tonight, and it include strong imagery, alliterations, and juxtaposition, which consists night imagery and the alliteration of consonant sounds s. All through the lines reflect the quiet night. There is a deliberate juxtaposition of emotions accompanied by adjectives that make us believe that it is the woman's rejection that becomes the poet's inspiration to write. It is the pain that produces the poetry. The reiteration of the word last in the final lines of the poem are again the young man's need for some kind of revenge. The poem gives to her for leaving behind the memories and allow him to compose and move on to the future. So we'll lastly talk about the message, which is very clear here. Uh, Before saying that, I should make it clear that he won Nobel Prize in 1971, and I also read that his biggest inspirations were Tagore and many regional authors. So that is really nice to know. And so tonight I can write is a poem about memories, which is vastly imaginary, and it is vivid. His uses of images and juxtapositions in very different kind of examples are really a gem to
Orgode,
read. Yes, sir.
please sum up.
Okay, so this is the last point. Yeah. So throughout the poem, the speaker recalls the detail of a relationship that is now broken. He continually juxtaposes the image of passion he felt for the woman he left with the loneliness he experiences in the present. Thank you all. Thank you for listening to this. I hope you all have a really good day. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, and quite interesting too, the way you presented the slides. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, so the next candidate, Rajiv Kundu.
Yes, sir, I am audible. Good afternoon to you, all of you. It's an honor to welcome all of you today, and thank you for organizing this seminar for us to improve our educational abilities. I am glad to be a part of it. In this seminar, I am going to deliver a presentation to you about a certain topic. Hence, the topic which I am willing to deliver is the Christianity as presented in the novel Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. As we know that in this yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hence, the topic which I'm willing to deliver is the Christianity as presented in the novel Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe. As we know that this novel draws the image of pre-colonial and colonial Nigeria and the Igbo society during 1890s. My goal is to present is how the invasion of British Empire changed the society, their culture and beliefs, and how they led the protagonist to his death. As we all know that whenever or wherever British Empire had invaded, they tried to spread their culture and beliefs among other tribes as there are no other sacred religion like Christianity. They had the experience of brainwashing other people's minds and change their religion. We can see these things in this novel As the title Things Fall Apart refers how Christianity can guide a society to its apocalypse by breaking their authorities and values as presented by the author. Not also that the native Igbo culture had their own social norms as they had no place for outcasts, but in Christianity all people had their place and title. But the Igbo culture has their values for family, respect for sacred things, and their tradition. Christianity played a big role in breaking apart those norms as the outcasts were the first to abandon their culture and vow to Christianity. They thought Christianity could give them more status and recognition. Here, the Christian church played the major role for them. The teaching of the church was that the one and only God created the native people and the outcasts and everyone. It charged them to start having faith in Christianity. Even the British people welcomed the twins' children. We can see that Okonko's son, in a way, didn't consider the Igbo tradition of masculinity being equated to violence. So he went to Christianity, and the murder of Ikemefuna is what triggered him. The masculine superiority was very much present in Okonko's Igbo culture. When the village elder suggested him not to kill his adopted son Ikemefuna because he used to call Okonko as his father. But being a powerful man was so important to Okonko that he decided to kill his son himself because he didn't want to appear as a weakling in front of his fellow clansmen. As we can see, this also shows that how violence and masculine nature of the native people were present in that society. Okonko's elder son was not like him, rather, in a way, had similarities to his grandfather. We can say that he wanted to reject the masculinity standard of the society. His father constantly punished him for being different as he wanted a powerful son ready to fight. So he ran away and accepted Christianity. Not only that, the British had managed to manipulate them by making schools and hospitals. The children of the Igbo society started to study in those schools in Christian methods. In the following paragraph, I am going to enlighten the cause that why Okonko didn't like the Christianity. Okonko was violent about Christianity from the very beginning. Basically, he was angry with this religion because he thought Christianity was weak and it destroys people's family relationships because we know that how much manliness was important to him. But at the last of the novel, we get to see that almost all of the society was took over by the Christian religion as Okonko didn't get any help from his clansmen and it led him to attempt suicide. Unlike others, he constantly thought of his revenge against the European church. He began to think of war. He, be- he began to think of war. If the tribe decides on war towards the Christian church, all would be well. But if the Igbos choose to become cowards, he would go alone and avenge himself. Okonko makes that statement to describe that the clansmen of his society should not be afraid of death, but yet let their enemies be afraid of the bloodshed of their own death. He believes that going into war with the Christian church would not only help maintain his vengeance, but also provide the fact that he was not afraid, but only became fearsome even more when entering into battles. The town crier held a meeting at the marketplace to discuss the beginning of war to Okonko's fellow clansmen. But the new religion had gone inside the Igbo people. By that fact, we can pretty much assume that why Okonko's own clansmen didn't support him when he killed the messenger, because the people of Igbo society changed into Christian religion from the inside. Achibe portrayed the conflict of the two cultures and religions. The African culture faced a great period of expansion of British Empire. The author struggled to portray the natural culture integrity as well as the invasion of a new and broader Christian religion. So, in the conclusion, we can easily say that the Igbo society was very much affected after the arrival of a new religion. Christianity overcame the Igbo culture superstitions. Basically, the European culture was destroying their native culture by taking the power away from their authorities, implying new justice and order, which made an apocalyptic situation to their traditions. we can get quite some information about the British Empire's cultural invasions and gain more knowledge about impact of Christianity on other religions and territories. So that's it for my presentation. I hope that I am able to clear my point to all of you. Thank you for being with me to the end of this presentation and giving me the chance to clarify myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, of course, but the thing is that I'm also very much apologetic to state that to say that I would also have to leave at 2:15 because precisely because I'll have to go out for some time. Yes, it's actually
Okay, I will manage. Okay, no problem.
I'm sorry that I'm leaving this meeting. Very sorry, really.
Sir, hello, sir.
Okay,
Sir,
to the next.
sir, I am
Yes.
facing some problems, network issues. Can I start now? Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Hello. Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, Asanu, can you hear me? Okay.
হ্যালো অতনু স্যার স্যার আমরা স্যার এই একটা হাফ অ্যান আওয়ারে স্যার লাঞ্চ ব্রেকের পরে স্যার একটা তারপরে যদি বাকি স্টুডেন্টদেরকে স্টুডেন্ট গুলো যদি প্রেজেন্টেশন গুলো নেওয়া যেত স্যার আই থিঙ্ক এটা একটু বেটার হয় হতো স্যার ও ওকে স্যার
আর
ওকে ওকে
যাদের প্রেজেন্ট করা হয়ে গেছে তারা তো বেরিয়ে দিয়ে লাঞ্চ নিতে পারে আমার মনে হয় হ্যাঁ মানে আই থিঙ্ক উই ক্যান অ্যাকোমোডেট হার নাও একটা সমস্যা চলছে
Yes, yes, sir. I'm yes, yes. Okay, sir. Hello, sir. Am I audible? Yes. Um. Hello. 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 It's probleming, sir. Hello.
So, I think I should call the next
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
candidate. Hmm. Okay, then Priyasha Ghosh. Priyasha,
Sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome you all.
good afternoon.
My name is Piyasha Ghosh. I'm going to talk about the concept of hybridity in Derek Walcott's A Far Cry from Africa. Let's begin. Derek Walcott's poetry represents the negotiation of the Caribbean literature with a mixed lineage and colonial experience. Walcott's literary career began as an agony emanating from the loss of nationality, but his later poems praise the composite essence of the Caribbean's ethnic, linguistic, and racial identities. Derek Walcott often described himself as a Mongol. Both his grandmothers were African and both his grandfathers were European. When Walcott is caught between his African and European lineages, the dilemma is personal. To analyze the tensions in Walcott's poetry is a trace the poet's encounter with the crisis of identity and resolving of the crisis through a post-colonial celebration of hybridity. In A Far Cry from Africa, Derek Walcott uses his genetic hybridity and cultural hybridity to express the extremity of unholiness. He focuses on the conflicted feelings that arise due to a mixed racial lineage. While the feeling to turmoil is personal, it is a general feeling that resonates with all the Caribbean people. In the poem, Walcott tries to come to terms with his identity by looking at the past. The past is painful not only because of the brutalities of colonization, but also because the poet shares his lineage with both the colonizers and the colonized. The history of oppression presents the poet with the dilemma of choice as he is compelled to prefer one race over the other. The poem, however, differs from a racial critique of colonization and censors both the African fighters and European colonizers. The very first image in the poem is the metaphor that compares the Kiku rebels to flies that are attracted to the bloodstreams. In this stanza, the poet then also places to colonizers in the critical light as they are shown to justify their colonial policy. That is the cause of bloodshed by statistics. The sympathy of the poet is with the white child hat in bed and African people who are labeled as savages and thus killed without remorse by the colonizer. The poet, therefore, on the onset offers a critique that mourns innocent casualties on the side of the colonized and well as the colonizer. Such an impartial critique is possible due to the liminal position of the poet between the European and the African races. As the poem progresses, Walcott sharpens his attack on colonization. The Second stanza presents pre-colonial Africa as the continent that has been thriving since civilization's dawn. This self-sufficient Africa stands in contrast of the paradise of the first stanza that the colonizer has ruined with wars. Walcott's irony is a bright man and white peace establishes. Sorry, sir. And Whiteman establishes his stance firmly as anti-colonial. Despite offering a holistic critique, Walcott's strong anti-colonial position does not help him cope with the dilemma of his mixed racial identity. Analyzing the brutish colonial past only makes him more remorseful as he sees his mixed blood as a corruption. Walcott realizes that cursing the colonizers, his European ancestors, does not lessen his love for the English tongue. He is not simply troubled by a biological mixed ancestry, but also the contrariness of his love for the English language and hatred of imperialism. The questions enable Walcott to present the questioning that every Caribbean individuals go through. Walcott hears Africa's cry and takes his side, but it is not an easy decision. The poet's difficulty in taking a side is reflected in the ambiguity of the title. The title captures the yearning for the lost culture and yet a distancing from it. The poet therefore embodies the in-between position that is painful, and Walcott uses the pain as the source of poetic creation. And this is all I have to say about it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Piyasha. Okay, now the next, so we have Miss Ritika. Now, Ritika Roy.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, yeah.
Good afternoon to all the respected professors and my classmates. I'm Ritika Roy, and today I'm going to talk about Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart as a post-colonial novel. Things Fall Apart is the debut novel by Nigerian author Chinua Achebe, first published in 1958. It depicts pre-colonial life in the southeastern part of Nigeria and the invasion by Europeans during the late 19th century. The term post-colonial encompasses many grand ideas but generally referred to the text written by the natives of the colonial lands. The writers of the post-colonial text emphasize much on the effects of colonialism, the culture of the natives, and the power of the language. Achebe similarly focuses on these features of the colonial empire that labeled Africa as a dark continent. Post-colonial texts are a response to the colonial discourse and present the side of the story that was never highlighted by the colonizers. The first and the foremost characteristics of a post-colonial text is that it is a response to the colonial discourse. It presents the other side of the story which was never heard. Africa, for centuries, was presented as a prehistoric earth and Africans as prehistoric men, having an accursed inheritance. European writers like Conrad and Kingsley presented Africa as a land having no meaning, no shape, no coherence, which was highly criticized by the natives. Achebe, in his introduction to Africa, highlights that this stereotypical image of Africa was created to keep Africa empty of people so that the colonizers can people it with the creatures of their own imagination. Achebe, in his novel Things Fall Apart, breaks this stereotypical image of Africa, which was created by European writers, and he presents Africa as a land having its own culture, tradition, religion, administration, and rules that are needed for civilization. The post-colonial texts aim at rewriting history. They present their own culture, which was deliberately covered up by the colonizers to create a mysterious and exotic image of Africa, where people dance frenziedly and beat drums. Achebe in the novel also presents the effect of colonialism on the African culture, which is one of the most significant characteristics of a post-colonial text. Colonialism refers to the full or partial political control over the other nation for their economic exploitation. This novel by Achebe presents Africa before colonization and after colonization. The effects of colonialism on Africa and African culture were drastic, as it not only destroyed the African culture but also affects the native politically, psychologically, and emotionally. Okonkwo, a self-made African native who was a prosperous man having his compound, 3 wives, numerous children, and 2 titles, were forced to kill himself at the end of the novel due to his hamartia of fear of failure and weakness. He was a great wrestler and was respected by many people due to his bravery. But after seeing his people, Yumofians, submitting before the colonial powers, he lost hope. After being humiliated by the district commissioner, Okonko, in a fit of anger, kills a white messenger, and the Yumofians, instead of helping him, take revenge on the white man for destroying Yumofia, leaving him alone. Seeing the unwillingness of his people to fight back, Okonko killed himself. Similarly, the Africans, who at the start of the novel were presented as one clan, were now divided into Christians and non-Christians. They had become enemies of one another. In conclusion, Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe is a post-colonial text as it deals with the representation of the culture of the Igbo society, which was never represented by the white man. Thank you.
Okay, Ritika. Actually, I just missed the topic you mentioned. Is it topic? Ritika, what is the topic of presentation?
Sorry, sir.
Ritika, can you? What is
Is
the
is asking
presentation?
the title of your paper. The title. What is the title of your paper?
My title is Things Fall Apart as a post-colonial novel.
Okay, it's quite nice, Ritika. And actually, I apologize to all of you because I have to leave now. I have a very important engagement outside. So I request you to carry on. Subrato, would you mind if I leave now? Subrato and Otonu. Otonu is still here. Sorry.
Okay, Didi, no problem.
ওকে অতনু সো আমি বেরোচ্ছি একটু কেমন ওকে থ্যাংক ইউ
After that, Shumala?
Yes, sir. Shall I go?
Yeah, sure. Continue.
Good afternoon. This is Shumala Kormakar, Semester 6, English Department, City College. I welcome all my professors and acquaintances to my presentation on Revolving Days by David Malouf as a fragment of memory from the poet's psyche. In this poem, the main themes are love and time. The poet looks back on a life lived and lost, remembers the year that he fell in love. As he calls it a mistake, he converts the beginning into a frivolous experience in denial of that which he himself acknowledges, that it has lasted. Unlike the obsessive neurotic lover who ensures that his beloved feels compelled to participate in his pangs of the absence of his beloved, this lover reveals an acceptance of his beloved's presence. However, the note of bitterness about the self surfaces through the rest of the first stanza as he repaints the pictures of his past. He evokes in the reader an emotional experience of his personal life and in the process communicates the futility which we may have also experienced with our loves and our lives. The old tug at the heart, maybe, is a reference to the first stirrings of the emotional compulsion. The poet works with 4 R's in this poem, as in return, recurrence, repetition, and recuperation. The metaphor of the shirt associates itself with the impression of the self that we seek and secure as we fall in love. On occasions, it is of conviction and ability Also, in other contexts, it is of the sense of insecurity and vulnerability. The colors convey the variations of moods, the innumerable unfathomable that a lover experiences. The reference to the color conveys the sense of pride once felt when the lover was in possession, not that the poet was in love. It gave him a sense of pride in possessing a person. This is complemented by the mention of Ivy League. As the poem progresses, the past returns to greet him with the fragmented memories of his past relationship. The lover acknowledges that the present does not contain the communication, and yet the connection has lasted. It is almost like the lover is claiming the memory for which he doesn't need the sanction of his beloved. The memory marks multiple interactions with the self. The mirror motif in the poem proposes revelations of angles and aspects he can now, in retrospect, be in thoughtful consideration of. Color of the t-shirt signifies the lover's matching selves which surface each time from his memory. Nothing might I at a mirror. One of those selves I had expected steps into the room. This could be a subconscious attempt to re-establish or recapture the relationship. It is this attempt that causes the poem The Love Cannot Perhaps Be Revived in Life. Literature comes to Maloof with the opportunity. We have not yet taken back the life we promised to pour into each other's mouths forever and forever. A sensuous recall of the relationship. The kiss ended, the resonance on the lips makes the lover utter his words of the prayers, praises, and pangs of love, and each time he pronounces these P words, his lips touch, such as the prayers, praises, and pangs of love he does for his lover. Revolving Days would be the same as Tennyson's Ulysses. His cirque of memory that causes the recall it refreshes, ruins the present by contrast by consciousness of unavailability, and the pattern recurs. My heart in my mouth again, the heart speaks through the word that his mouth utters. Heart is the site of emotions, expresses the excess of a nostalgic recall that on occasions overwhelms us, rendering the present inconsequential for a while, and the poem belongs to that while. I'm writing this for you. She is the cause of the poem. She is, however, not summoned to share the consequences. Wherever you are, whoever is staring into your blue eyes, blue is less of the color of the eye and more of the depth that the lover has discovered. Love moves on to another individual in another emotional frames, and sometimes some of these emotional frames may contain a past love in them. They overlap. The various aspects of the love which will contain a previous love that you had been in. I'm still here, he says. The full stop is a deep sigh. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds. The last stanza attempts to make his beloved feel guilty about moving on, confesses exaggeratedly sentimental recover, and says as if come back to me, muttering retreats, as in T.S. Eliot's The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock. Exchange and cancellation of guilt. This is as if the poet's motive in his poem. Realistic representation of the fact that love moves on to another individual in another emotional frames. Some of those may feature fragments of last love and lost loves till we arrive at an age of realization that though these days are not to be recalled with regret, they are never to be forgotten. It is me. I'm still here. The lover or the speaker realizes that this remark is a desperate proclamation that we dare to ourselves, and we dare to ourselves such desperations. No, don't worry, I won't appear out of that old time to discomfort you. More of an assurance offered to the self. The poem is a purgation, as in a cleansing attempt. And no, at this distance, I'm not holding my breath for a reply. Mention of distance to establish the reverse, actually. In spite of the physical distance, the poem has captured an emotional proximity and endearment and embrace that the beloved cannot deny. Every time I utter her name, I kiss her again. The lover finds her name happening to him, his lips uttering her name with strange because unique, prayers and praises. Thank you. My heartiest gratitudes, sir.
Thank you, Anshumala. Very good presentation. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So the next candidate, Madhurima Bag.
So
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Hello?
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes. A very warm and good afternoon to my professor and my friends present out there. I would like to present my seminar on the topic a mountain as a symbol in the voice of the mountain. First of all, I would like to share my reason for choosing this topic. My reason is that it is the only ecological centric poem in the whole paper that speaks about the necessity of protecting and conserving our environment among the other realities. Very few poems of this stature state so bluntly the human atrocities of nature in the name of progress and modernity, and that is an absolute new dimension when it comes to the post colonial consciousness about a certain piece of Indian literature. Then, moving forward, I would like to begin with the few quoted lines by Mamangdai. I know, I know those things, as rock snows burning in the sun's embrace about clouds and sudden rains. As I know, a cloud is a cloud is a cloud. The imagery stressed the astonishing variety of nature, the rocks, the sun, the clouds, and the sudden rain. It is all forms of matter and shows the feeling of nature's generosity for humanity to be happy. Again, in the voice of the mountain, Dai says that mountain can identify with the desert and the rain. It is also the bird that sits in the west. The past is recreated by the mountains. The mountain tells us the life with particles of life that clutch and cling for thousands of years. The mountain represents life forms and contributes to a life of thousands of years. The mountain knows that rock that shines in the sun. The mountain knows the cloud intimately and have a clear inkling of the impending rain. The relationship between the mountain and the cloud is intrinsic. The clouds, by shedding their moisture on the mountain, shares a symbiotic relationship with this landform. Next, we move to the geographical concept of the mountain, which acts as a rain shadow and rain shading natural structures are interlinked with the philosophy of the hill tribe. The mountain is like an oracle, telling stories of change and yet bearing the nature of permanence. In the end of the poem, The Voice of the mountain knows that the universe gives nothing but an appearance of being permanent. Peace is falsity, the mountain remarks. The last line of the poem is significant as it is a resonance of the conditions of the world. In the voice of the mountain, the writer speaks like an omnipresent voice, traveling the river, the towns, and the estuary mouth. Dai says that the mountain is like an old man sipping the breeze that is forever young. She says that nature is like an old man who has lived many years. His voice is like sea waves and mountain peaks. Nature transfers symbols and is a charm syllable that orders the world with history and miracles. In the poem, the mountain narrates the story of its omnipresence. There is a sorrow too related to the mountains as they stand mute witnesses to the pain of an indigenous people. Despite all the slopes that have been climbed and all the familiarity with the terrain, the people cannot talk of victory yet. Then why is victory elusive? The mountain takes on the different forms throughout the poem and sees all that takes place in a fickle-minded universe. It is a silent witness to all the activities of the human beings, the birds, the bees, and even various landforms. The mountain remains an omnipresent leitmotif throughout the poem. It is from the mountain that so many natural processes emanate. The mountains carry winds to the mouth of the canyon, which may otherwise be closed to any sort of visitation. The balmy sunlight from the mountains is thrown even to the highest tip of the trees, and the mountain sends the winds even to the narrowest chords. All these movements and memories are ensconced in the mind of the mountains. These landmarks become symbolic of knowing even the deepest secret and the most tormenting changes that have come about in nature. These memories hibernate in its mind, and thus the mountain becomes a symbolic of being a repository of traditions and events of the past. I am the place where memory escapes. The myth of the time, I am the sleep in the mind of the mountain. owing to the nature of the mountain to be all-knowing and even all the powerful. Several myths and folklore are centered on these lofty landmasses. Several tribes believe in the sanctity of mountains owing to their seeming invincibility and protective nature. Even the forest growth on the mountain is sacred because of medicinal properties and produce used by villagers for domestic and cottage industries purposes. Ancient Hindu mythology holds the Himalayas as the abode of gods and rishis who, in their mystic robes, spent years of tapasyas in order to know the truth of the universe and the mystery of karma. Last but not the least, the mountains are not merely
Madhurima,
landmass or a yes, sir.
please sum
Yes,
up.
sir.
Hmm.
Yes,
Please
sir.
sum up.
It's
Make it faster.
okay, sir. It's a hunting ground, landmass, or a hunting ground for tribal folk. It is a living oracle of the past and the future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madhurima. Now the next candidate, Bonita Devnath.
Yes, sir. Sir, can
Yeah,
I audible?
you are audible.
Good afternoon to all the respectful teachers and my classmates. Special thanks to all the teachers to give me the opportunity to being a part of this seminar. Today I will discuss about the poem Tonight I Can Write. Firstly, I talked about the writer. The writer of the poem is Pablo Neruda. He was a Chilean poet and a diplomat and also a politician who is awarded for Nobel Prize for literature in
Bonita,
19.
please mention the title of your presentation or the topic.
Sorry, sir. Um, Firstly, um, my topic is Pablo Neruda's poem "Tonight I Can Write" as a poem of both love and despair. Now, firstly, I will start with the writer. The writer of the poem is Pablo Neruda. He was a Chilean poet and a diplomat and also a politician uh, who was awarded for Nobel Prize for literature in 1971. He was part as the most important Latin American poet of 20th century. Now, to introduce the poem, I start. Although for Pablo Neruda, love and despair go together. Love can drive someone madness, and despair can go straight in for love one's feels. Neruda's most famous work, 20 love poems and a song of despair, points to huge feelings that one lover can have once feel throughout the time. The verse collection of composed of 20 love poems and one song of despair that unites all the common themes of previous poems. Throughout 20 poems, it can be seen changed in theme at its begin describing the sensuality and the passion towards the author's lover. Towards the last poems, it changed to a melancholy tone, feeling regret and loneliness to a song to close, a song of despair. Is bitter and hopeless as a poetic voice, has a constant reminder of loss of his lover. Tonight I Can Write joins love and despair as a poetic voice, goes through an internal battle about his current feelings towards his lover, while he realizes he is gone. Tonight I Can Write brings out the past romantic feelings from the previous poem, realizing that the poetic voice is also alone with his memories, what his lover once was. The scenario of the poem is a cold and clear night where the sky is full of stars and nothing can listen but the poetic voice laminates. Tonight I can write the saddest lines. Write, for example, the night is scattered, the blue sky shiver and in distance. The first three lines introduce the reader to a melancholy mood as a poetic voice brings. Tonight I can write the saddest lines, stating that he is no longer with his lover, that even the night is broken because she is left, the small hope is left is starting in despair. As the blue stars in the distance, with the two lines, the reader can have a vivid image of the place the speaker is in, realizing everything is arranged for the speaker to have the constant reminder of the love he has lost. In line 1 to 10, the speaker makes the first comparison between having the lover with him and not with her. How could one not loved her great still eyes, exposing how how lonely and bleak he feels without her. Now, now he is only surviving with his memories. Along these lines, Neruda exposes the constant relationship of love and despair as he still loved him, as he still loved his beloved, which made him constant madness, knowing she is not coming back. Introduced according to the Saunders, Neruda finds his way to express the most sincere and the to direct way how his heart cries for his beloved, using a adorned simplicity and implic, sending a direct message to the readers of his broken soul and a poetic voice. In line 18, there is a simile, and the verse falls into a soul like the dew to the pleasure. Comparing nature to his pain, the speaker enhances his pain, does not let her go departure of his beloved. The speaker uses to realize that she is not coming back. Along to the verses, Neruda is going through the progress and process and accepting slowly that he would never with her again. For the for this, he compares repeatedly himself to the nature, as the night was scattered starry and she is not with me. Bringing darkness to the poem, the speaker finds himself tired and to her lover as a permanently state of lost. The poetic voice is going through a progress of acceptance in loneliness, as he still looks for her without any success. From line 19 to 21, Neruda adds the speaker a sense that the reader can start feeling the depression once again, as he says, my side tries to find her, although to bring her closer. My heart is looking for her, but she is not with me. The speaker would go through a circle of love, pain, and a contradiction to survive his loneliness that he lives in. After he admits after he admits he misses her, and the nature hears his sorrow, the only person he cares about, he needs to hear him. It's her beloved. That would never know how much he missed her. The voice tries to find the wind to touch her hearing. That is the only request and need of her lover hears him. The last two lines conclude all the pain Neruda has expressed from the first to last line. He states he would never let her go, only to free himself of the pain, only to know that he would continue suffering every night. In
Yeah, Bhumika,
poem,
please make it faster.
sir, last para only conclusion part. Poem 20 is a good is a it's the goodbye of the sadness and the attachment, as Neruda lastly wrote, though this is the last pain that he makes me suffer, and this is the last verse that I can write for her. It would leave her behind the melancholy to free himself of a broken heart. This will has that the lover heard the verse of the sadness, and instead of every reader felt how loud love drove him insane, how moment of despair remembered him, how much he loved her. Tonight I can write is a constant contradiction of letting go but fearing to forget the true love he once did. Thank you. That's all my presentation is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Uh, I'm calling the next candidate, Chandranath Mundi. Protoy Ghatak.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Chandranath. Okay.
Welcome, everyone, and I'll start my presentation here. How did the poet David Malloch come back in time with memories of a past love? Revolving Days is the title of David Malloch's poetry volume. The poetry recalls a bygone love. Despite saying it was a mistake, he still loves. He kills time by looking in the mirror. He believes his love is in another room and picks which to give. He purchased 3 shirts and gave himself alternation. He continued to admire the clothes. As the poem proceeds, the speaker's love gets increasingly difficult. Malloch's poetry incorporates love, memories, and changes. The speaker described a past relationship and how it transformed him. He wasn't changed. Even the guy he stood for improving, he changed. Uh, he somewhere and thought he could be with someone else. His recollections are so powerful, he can picture every moment. Clarity and joy fuel his enthusiasm. In this poetry, the poet depicts picture and symbol that reflects trapped love or suffering. The poetry reminds the speaker of his broken love. He compared his present loneliness to his past with his lady love. His memory dues his graceland. He's frustrated that his love won't stay with him, for without her he is lost. Now he stated wanting to be with his lady love. His eyes search for her and he wants to go to her. His affection for her is shown by love. Love is tiny but long forgotten. Trying to different identities, Malov reassured his previous love that even memories affect bad bodily feelings, they won't affect the present. He has no expectation. In revolving days, the poet uses revolving days to describe his heart and memories. David Mallows recall a prior relationship this way. Thank you, sir.
Okay, very precise presentation.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm calling Priyanka Odegari. Yeah, she
Ye-
had some
Yes, sir.
network issues. Okay,
Hel-
start
Hello,
your
sir.
presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am starting my topic. It's about a wonderful poem, Tonight I Can Write by Pablo Neruda, Chilean poet. Tonight I Can Write is about lost love and its anguish. The poetry recounts a failed romance. He juxtaposes memories of his former love with his current loneliness. Tonight I can write the saddest phrases, he says, implying that the grief of losing his girlfriend had prohibited any reminiscences or descriptions, while his former anguish restricted his creativity. He can now write about their love and find solace. The poem that falls to the soul like dew to the meadow. Neruda's poetry discusses breakup grief. The speaker struggles to make sense of the reality that seemingly endless love relationship has ended. Alone under the same star-filled sky he shared with his ex-lover, the speaker contrasts his former love with his despair and loneliness. The poem shows the pain and bewilderment that accompany love's loss and how memories of that love make it hard to go on. Everything seems to have changed because the speaker's love predicament, as love once brought joy, ecstasy, and connection to the earth, the world becomes cold, desolate, and cruel without love. The speaker and his ex-lover spend every evenings like the poems together, those nights and their love seemed eternal. The sky was unending, the speaker sweetheart and had unlimited eyes and they kissed endlessly. This ending seems virtually impossible. Now the stars shiver lonely and chilly. The infinite sky no longer speaks of unlimited love, but of immense nothingness. The world hasn't altered. The prism through which the speaker saw his life and surroundings is broken. Heartbreak make the world dangerous and isolating. The poem implies the speaker couldn't stop comparing before and today, the past happiness and the present melancholy, to make sense of how an everlasting love can be crushed so quickly. He keeps returning to the reality of his loss. He had a love and it's gone. It's as if its speaker attempts to remove the emotional ups potentially by repeating these facts. The speaker tries to excuse the loss by saying his ex was with someone else before him and would be with someone else after him. Because the speaker is so intent on this breakup, these efforts aren't convincing. He contradicts himself, starting he doesn't love her before confessing he does. The poet compares tonight and former evenings with his lady love. He's alone tonight. Now the night represents his broken love, and the stars are blue and shivering. The poet beloved had come, another man's wife or friend. He laments the loss of his love. He says their across caused their relationship to collapse. Love's flicklands caused his breakup, but his history struck him like a nightmare. She loved me and I loved her. Her adds, we both adore her. This narrator's honest judgment, this poem's beauty. His communicates love, agony, helplessness, and loneliness. Thus, he describes his love, which is now dead and gone forever. Night and star symbolizes his ex-girlfriend. His poem phrases fall like dew on the pastures. He sure this poem sorry kills his love for her so he can forget her. Tonight I can write the saddest lines, goes global. Pablo Neruda gives us a love poem that we cherish and whisper in private. The poem is for everyone born into love and to be loved. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyanka. Now, Shovikar.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Good afternoon,
start your
respected
presentation.
professors and my fellow batchmates. Today I'm going to talk in the topic of the presence of the theme of fear in Things Fall Apart. Things Fall Apart is a novel written by Nigerian author Chinua Achebe, published in 1958. Its story chronicles pre-colonial life in the southeastern part of Nigeria and the arrival of the European during the late 19th century. Things Fall Apart is regarded as a milestone in African literature. It has come to be seen as the archetypical modern African novel in English and is read in Nigeria and throughout Africa. Fear played a big role in Things Fall Apart. Mainly, fear was seen ruling Okonovo's life, but also a couple of other inhabitants of Umofia. It was seen in many situations, dictating the character's actions. Each of the character's actions then led up to the understanding of the theme in Things Fall Apart. Fear can dictate choices. Fear played an important role in shaping tragic fall of the protagonist. Fear was not only issue of Okonovo, but there were many characters in the novel who became victim of fear. Okonovo feared from weakness and failure like his lazy, shameful father. He was a brave man, but fear of weakness hunted on his mind throughout his life. Many of the characters suffer from the fear of some sort. Ikivi fears losing her daughter because she already lost 9 children in early age. When Ikivi's daughter, Izinma, became sick, she always feared to lose her. Novoi was lazy like his grandfather, and his father, Okonwo, beat him every time to make him strong. He fears his father's wrath and joins white missionaries. Fear in this novel leads characters to behave in negative ways that can bring the wrath of the gods, guilt, and the community's disapproval upon them. The fear of being anything close to his father, Unoka, the fear of acting anything other than a man, and a fear of adjusting to anything other than his own social customs is what drove him over the edge and into a noose. Overtaken by fear, Okonwo commits senseless actions for the sake of living up to his own selfless expectations. The relationship a father and son have is unmistakable. Men are single handedly the greatest influence on a child's growth and development. When Imefuna was taken away from his home and his family, he was too young to realize what exactly was going on. His fear comes from the idea of not knowing what will happen next, and his limited understanding of the world around him adds to this intentional suspense of the unknown. Being submerged in fear of being killed, Ikemefuna pleads to Okonwo, his father, help him, to no avail. Okonwo struck him down nonetheless. Afraid of being perceived as weak, he takes part in his death, when in actuality he loved Ikemefuna as a son of his own, and it deeply pained him to have to dispose of him. The fear of arousing circumstances can also put a person's actions in line and point it toward the right direction, such as in the case of Okunbo's son, Novoi. His fear is toward the wrath of his father. He is afraid of defying his wishes and having his father severely beat him. This is what led to his conversion into Christianity. It gave him hope to understand lifestyle so he wouldn't have to be afraid of his father. All the time during the week of peace, Ikemefuna, Novui, and Okunbo were preparing the yams for the week of peace. Okunbo once again would rather raise his sons with brute force and violence rather than compassion and kindness. Okunbo believes that assertive authority is the way to raise a boy to a man, but little does he know that being violently assertive will result in his son losing respect and completely resenting him. However, fear is an influential and ironically man made emotion, causing its victims to hallucinate and act out of character and in the presence of their humors. Fear affects each character in this novel one way or another, whether it's Novoi's fear of his father, Okonvo's fear of becoming lazy like his father, and Ikiwe's fear of losing her only daughter. It can cause them to behave in ways that can be viewed upon their community to disapprove and their actions and bring down the God's wrath upon them. Fear is what truly motivates the actions of the characters of Things Fall Apart. I would like to thank you for the time and attention.
Okay, Shobhik. Uh, you said that fear is a crucial motive in this novel. Can you relate fear with Tukunko's suicide?
Yes, sir. Okonvo was really sad after he had to kill his own child because he was afraid of the society. The society would see him as a weakling. But it was not the scenario. A father could love his child.
But the
That
society has already changed. The society has already turned to Christianity, turned to Europe, European custom.
but it was haunting Okonko in his mind. He wasn't free from it.
Okay, okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, check. Okay. Uh, check Hasanuজ্জামান.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Hasanuজ্জামান.
Today, the topic of my presentation is about the revolve poetry Revolving Days written by David Mallow as a love poem. David Mallow's poem Revolving Days is the title poem of his numerous poetry books. In the poems, he draws a love memory of the past. Although he says that falling in love was a mistake, the love in him survives. He seems to pass the time if he catches glimpses of himself in the mirror. He thinks his love is in another room and he decides which one she is going to present. During that time, he bought three shirts, which he presented changes to himself. He went on observing the shirt with his identity in love. As the poem progresses, it becomes clear that the love the speaker explains is a little more complicated than it seems. In this poem, the poet Maloff contains love, memory, and transformation. The speaker spends most of this poem describing a love he used and how that love changed him. However, he himself has not changed at all. Even the person used for getting better or worse while being with her ex-boyfriend. But he knows he has changed. He was somewhere else. where he just did not know, and he figured that he could be with someone else. His memories of the past are quite strong, so much so that he has been able to depict every moment. Clarity and fun have created his love affair with passion. Thus, in this poem, the poet has portrayed the complete image and symbols to represent the pain of captive lovers. Throughout the poem, the speaker reminded of the details of his love which is now broken. He constantly guessed the past with the lady love, with his lady love, with his loneliness in the present. His remembrance fills his past future like dew. He feels annoyed that in spite of everything his love cannot stay with him, and without him his soul is lost. Now he has mentioned his desire to reunited with his lady love. His eyes search for her, he wants her to go to her. His word "love is small but long forgotten" expresses his love for her. In reality, time has passed, his lady love is far away. These feelings of going in and out reality is reflected in the headline Revolving Days. He seems to pass the time if he catches a glimpse of himself in the mirror. He thinks his lady love is another room and he decided which one he is going to present. He bought three shirts during that time which he presented changes in himself. He is experimenting with his identity. In the end, Malof's word reassure his past love that even if the memories rub off on physical emotions, there will be no instruction into the present life. He does not expect anything in return. Finally, the third stanza of his poem, Revolving Days, the poet makes use of the phrase revolving days to depict the nature of his heart and memory. In this way, the poet David Maloff come back in the time with memories of a past love. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, nice
Thank you.
presentation. Sir, would you like to have any question with Hassanujaman? Sir, can you hear me?
Oh, hello. It's afternoon.
Yes, sir. Actually,
Yes,
would you
please.
like to ask any question to
I had some
Hassanujaman?
trouble hearing you.
Sir, after the
Oh, yes,
presentation.
it's okay. It's okay. We can call the next.
Okay, okay, okay. Shubhratada, over to you.
Over to Subrata. Please call the
Sadhanu,
next candidate.
Yes, Shubhratada.
shall we call Ria Goswami now?
Yes, yes. We can call Ria
Yes, sir.
Goswami.
Okay, Ria Goswami.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon to respected teachers and my dear friends. Today I am going to talk about Tonight I Can Write as a poem of love and despair by Pablo Neruda. Chilean poet Pablo Neruda is remembered for his poems with universal. His love poems have given him an international reputation. Neruda's most famous work, 20 Love Poems and A Song of Despair, collides two huge feelings that all lovers have felt once throughout time. Tonight I Can Write is the poem about memories of a lost love and the pain they can cause. This poem joins love and despair as the poetic voice goes through an internal battle about his current feelings towards his lover while he realizes she is gone. The poem starts with this line: Tonight I can write the saddest lines. Apparently, it seems to be a simple line. The meaning is also as simple as water. It was the very night of the composition of the poem, but if we can understand the metaphorical meaning, we will be able to understand that it is a long time since the beloved left the poet speaker, and the poet speaker was unable to write about that isolated condition so long. And he can now be able to express his grief. According to the poet speaker, tonight he is writing the saddest lines because the poem is a result of being separated from his beloved. In line 6, after the repetition, the speaker declares how much he loves the unnamed woman, but he still feels heartbroken as he would never know if she loved him back as much as he did. The night described by the poetic voice is later going to be compared by the time the speaker with his lover. Though nights like this one, I held her in my arms, I kissed her again and again under the endless sky. Now the sky seems as infinity where time doesn't fly only because he is with his lover. But once she left, the night is a constant reminder of loneliness and emptiness. He says, love is short, forgetting is so long. Their love for each other was so sweet that the time flew away in a lightning speed. But the past love haunts him day and night like a nightmare. The narrator, like all human beings, thought that she would be forever his lover and only his. It is a foolish idea. Nothing belongs to us. She has gone to another man. Now the narrator wants to escape from his past, which is still haunting him day and night. Sir, I am feeling not so well. Can I drink water?
For sure.
Sorry, sir. Therefore, he starts writing a poem which begins the night is shattered and the blue stars shiver in the distance. Thus, the speaker would go through a cycle of love, pain, and contradiction to survive the loneliness he lives in. The last two lines conclude all the pain Neruda has expressed from the first to the last line. He states he would let her go only to free himself. The pain only to know that he would continue suffering every lonely night. This last poem before the song of despair, but before letting her go, he feels every kind of pain as he compares his novatus life to what he lived with her, as Neruda last wrote. Though this is the last pain that she makes me suffer, and these the last words that I wrote for her. Thank you.
Altanu, do you have any question?
No, sir. No, sir.
Shubroto?
No, sir.
Ria, I have a small thing to tell you. It's not just a question. It's good that you have spoken well, read out well. Now, the thing that comes to my mind as you were uh, looking at the printed page, you could not look at us at all or into the camera. Just as you have said, and you have also used a few lines from the text, can you remember looking straight into the camera, not looking at the pages, into the camera? Can you remember one or two lines from the poem, Neruda's poem, the poem which has been internationally recognized, the poem which is almost an international text and popular all over the world? So can you remember one or two lines you have also used in your write-up? Can you remember?
Through
Can you
nights like
remember the first line of the poem, which is remembered internationally? The first one, not at the page, looking not at the page. Yes, just
okay,
one
sir.
line.
Sir, 1 minute. Tonight I can write the saddest lines.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Next, Shubhrata.
So let us go back to the queen. Prostoy Ghatok. Okay, Sundipan Sadhuka.
Yeah, am I audible? I'm Protoy.
Oh, Prostoy. Okay.
Protoy is
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
One second, sorry, sir. Good afternoon, my respected faculty members and my fellow batchmates. I'm Protoy Ghatok, and in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to give a short speech on the theme of split identity and anxiety as reflected in A Far Cry from Africa by Derek Walcott. A Far Cry from Africa by Derek Walcott deals with the theme of fleet identity and anxiety caused by it in the face of the struggle in which the poet could side with neither party. It is, in short, about the poet's ambivalent feelings towards the Kenyan terrorists and the counter-terrorist white colonial government, both of which were inhuman during the independence struggle of the country in the late 1950s. The persona, probably the poet himself, can take favor of none of them since both bloods circulated along his veins. He has been given an English tongue, which he loves on the one hand, and on the other, he cannot tolerate the brutal slaughter of Africans with whom he shares blood and some tradition. His conscience forbids him to favor injustice. He is in the state of indecisiveness, troubled, wishing to see peace and harmony in the region. Beginning with a dramatic setting, the poem A Far Cry from Africa opens a horrible scene of bloodshed in African territory. Blood streams, scattered corpses, and worms show ghastly sight of battle. Native blacks are being exterminated like Jews in Holocaust following the killing of a white child in its bed by blacks. The title of the poem involves an idiom. A far cry means an impossible thing. But the poet seems to use the word in other senses also. The title suggests, in one sense, that the poet is writing about an African subject from a distance. Writing from the island of St. Lucia, he feels that he is at a vast distance, both literally and metaphorically, from Africa. A far cry may also have another meaning that the real state of the African paradise is a far cry from the Africa that we have read about in descriptions of gorgeous fauna and flora and interesting village customs. And a third level of meaning to the title is the idea of Walcott hearing the poem as a far cry coming all the way across thousands of miles of ocean. He hears the cry coming to him on the wind. The animal imagery is another important feature of the poem. Walcott regards as acceptable violence the nature of natural law of animals killing each other to eat and survive. But human beings have been turned even the unseemly animal behavior into wars and meaningless violence. Beasts come out better than upright man, since animals do what they must do and do not seek divinity through inflicting pain. Walcott believes that humans, unlike animals, have no excuse, no real rationale to murdering non-combatants in the Kenyan conflicts. Violence among them has turned into a nightmare of unacceptable atrocity based on color. So we have the TQU and violence in Kenya, violence in a paradise, and we have statistics that don't mean anything, and scholars who tend to throw their weight behind the colonial policy. Walcott's outrage is very just. By the standards of the late 1960s, even restrained. More striking than the animal imagery is the image of the poet himself at the end of the poem. He is divided and doesn't have any escape. However, Walcott contradicts the savior image of British through an unfavorable description in the ensuing lines. Only the warm colonel of carrion cries wastes no compassion on the separated dead. The word colonel is a punning on colonial also. The Africans associated with a primitive natural strength and the British portrayed as an artificially enhanced power remain equal in the contest for control over Africa and its people. Walcott's divided loyalties engender a sense of guilt as he wants to adopt the civilized culture of the British, but cannot excuse their immoral treatment on the Africans. The poem reveals the extent of Walcott's consternation to the poet's inability to resolve the paradox of his hybrid inheritance. Thanks a lot.
Very nice presentation. Shubhodaya, any question do you have?
Thank you.
From my part, there is no question.
I have none.
Okay,
Any
then
question? Sir,
next candidate, please.
Sandipan Saduka. Sandipan Saduka? Yeah.
We cannot hear you. Your audio is not coming.
Yes, you are. Sandipan, please continue.
No, we cannot hear you. Your audio is not coming. I think you should consider rejoining. Leave the meeting and join again. Try speaking. VT, I think, because yeah, no output is coming from your microphone.
Sir, am I audible?
Now it is okay. Yes, you are audible.
Sir,
Yes, you are.
so I'd like to present my seminar on the topic Revolving Days as a poem of loss and separation. The term revolving in the poem suggests a certain circularity in movement regarding the ups and downs of life. However, being a poem that deals with the theme of past relationships, consequent separation, and leftover memories to be revisited, the certain circularity is cut short where the protagonist's life has touched the ebb and down of certain parameters that govern life, love, trust, faith, belief, mutual understanding in a relationship. As much as it is a poem of loss and separation, Revolving Days also stands to speak another ugly aspect of human life and relationships, one where a relationship has faltered not only because the partners have failed to agree or compromise, but because they haven't put the necessary effort to keep it afloat. Where partners have been too self centered, materialistic, prejudiced, uncaring, vague, indifferent, and has let the relationship slip into an irreparable stage, only to philosophize and cry over at the loss to escape the self responsibility in letting the relationship passed into nothingness. The human motive, or rather the want of it, is therefore often more responsible for a lost relationship than merely blaming it on fate, circumstances, and partner's shortcomings. Maloff starts by contemplating his role as a lover, both in the past time and at the present, and that of his ex lover at the present moment. He begins the poem rather sarcastically when he says now his relationship had suddenly started with him casual about it in the beginning and perhaps hoping it won't last. It was all a mistake and was to a certain extent undesirably long lasting. But then it had lasted, and so had Maloff's mind, and body and emotions equally developed to accept it and live with it like an old habit that is hard to get rid of easily. And so Maloff come to comfortable and agreeable about it till a day, a period, or a moment is reached when he has become both dependable
and inseparable with his love as well as his lover. However, the poetic narrative is carried forward. We readers learn that, like every good thing that unfortunately has to come to a quick close, their relationship were two moving towards a certain close symbolic of a blind alley from there was no return. Though it is true that he is no longer with the woman he had once loved, but he still continues to love her inside his heart. That's all. Sir. Thank you.
Shondipan, I would like to ask you one thing. Uh,
Yes, sir.
could you please give me some idea about who this lady is in actual real life?
So it is his ex-lover, sir.
Can you name the person?
No, sir. I don't know her name.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shubhodaya, you can call the next candidate. If you have any question, you can ask us.
Okay. The next candidate, Payal Das.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, start your presentation.
Good afternoon, respected teachers and all my dear friends. Today I am going to talk about love and despair in Tonight I Can Write by Pablo Neruda. Chilean poet Pablo Neruda is remembered for his poems with universal. It is true that he had helped the Latin American literature to Sorry, sir. It is true that he had helped the Latin American literature to trans the mere border of Latin America and presented it in front of the whole world. Though some critics alleged him as a fanatic supporter of communism, his love poems have given him an international reputation. Neruda's most famous work, 20 Love Poems and A Song of Despair, colludes to huge feelings that all lovers have felt once throughout time. Tonight I Can Write joins love and despair as the poetic voice goes through an internal battle about his current feelings towards his lover while he realizes she is gone. The poem starts with this line: Tonight I can write the saddest lines. The meaning is also as simple as water. It was the very night of the composition of the poem, but if we can understand the metaphorical meaning, we will be able to understand that it is a long time since the beloved left the poet speaker, and the poet speaker was unable to write about the isolated condition so long, and he can now be able to express his grief. The line is many times in the poem. It is repeated because the poet speaker somehow has been able to heal his against of being desolated, and that's why he is writing about his condition tonight. According to the poet speaker tonight, he is writing the saddest lines because the poem is a result of being separated from his beloved. In line 6, after repetition, the speaker declares how much he loved the unnamed woman, but he still feels heartbroken. The night described by the poetic voice is later going to be compared by the time the speaker with his lover. Through night like this one, I held her in my arms, I kissed her again and again under the endless sky. Now the sky seems as infinity, where time does not fly only because he is with his lover, but once she left, the night is constant reminder of loneliness and emptiness. From line 1 to 10, the speaker makes the first composition between having his lover with him and not being with her. How could one not have great love still eyes? Exposing how lonely and bleak he feels without her and only having his memories to survive. He says, love is short, forgetting is so long. Their love for each other was so sweet that the time flew away in a lightning speed. But the past love haunts him day and night like a nightmare. The narrator, like all human beings, thought that she would be forever his lover and only his. It is a foolish idea. Nothing belongs to us. She has gone to another man. Now the narrator wants to escape from his past, which is still hunting him day and night. Therefore, he starts writing a poem which begins, the night is shattered and the blue stars shiver in the distance. Thus, the speaker would go through a cycle of love, pain, and contradiction to survive the loneliness he lives in. The last two lines conclude all the pain Neruda has expressed from the first and the last line. He states he would let her go only to free himself of the pain, only to know that he would continue suffering every lonely night. The last poem before the Song of Despair joins all the feeling towards her lover to say goodbye to her. But before letting her go, he feels every kind of pain as he compares his nowadays life to what he lived with her. Poem is the goodbye to sadness and attachment, as Neruda last wrote. Through this is the last pain that she makes me suffer, and this the last verse that I write for her. With this, I conclude my seminar. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, File, for a nice presentation. I would like to ask you one thing, that in your presentation you refer to the repetition of the first line for a number of times in the particular poem. Uh, what idea do you get particularly from this repetition?
Repetition.
The first line of the poem.
Okay.
The answer is very easy. You have also talked about the answer in a roundabout manner.
To recall his love.
Okay, I think it is to recall his sorrow or to emphasize his sorrow.
Okay.
In a similar manner, of course, he is remembering his love and that's why he is feeling sad. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Over to Shubhrata.
Next candidate, Pita Mandal.
Sir, am I audible?
Pita, yeah.
Yes.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, teachers and my friends. My name is Pritha Mondal. Today, my presentation topic is Tonight I Can Write as a Love Poem. Pablo Neruda's poem Tonight I Can Write, the saddest lines was written in Spanish in 1924 and later translated into English in 1969. Pablo Neruda was a communist and a revolutionary poet. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1971. It is a monologue written in a confessional mood, lamenting the loss of love of a jilted lover. The lover thinks of the natural world, the night, the stars, the wind, the sky, and everything that reminds him of his lost love. The night and the darkness match his sad mood. The lover confesses that tonight he is written the saddest lines and whereby he is ritually killing his lady love with his pen, which becomes his mighty sword. In this poem, the speaker repeats his assertion that he can write the saddest verses, that he loved her and that she loved him back. He recalls holding and kissing his former lover under the stars and remarks on the beauty of her eyes. Tonight, though the dwells on his loss of her, the night feels overwhelmingly vast in her absence, and poetry comes to the speaker like dew on grass. It doesn't matter that the speaker wasn't able to keep the lover when he is left without her on the starry night. He hears someone singing far away, and his soul is not able to accept that she is gone. His sins and feelings he shakes her without success. The night and the trees haven't changed, but he and his lover have, though he's not even in love with her. He once was, and his voice shot out the wind so that she would hear him. He says, love is short, forgetting is so long. One day the lover will belong to someone else just as she did before she loved the speaker. Doesn't love her, he says, but then reconsiders and wonders it he still does. At any cost, the process of forgetting is longer than the process of being in love. On this night, similar to the once where the once held his lover, he is unable to accept the loss. However, he claims after his night, he wouldn't suffer because of her any longer, and he wouldn't write any more poems about her. In the poem, he expresses his love, helpless and the terribly loneliness. Thus, he explains his love, which is now dead and gone forever. His first love is shattered and shivers in the distance. Night and stars are metaphors of his first love. The lines of his poem fall on his heart like dews on the meadows. He is certain that this poem is like a ritual killing of his love for her. Thus, he can set himself free from the thought of her. Tonight I can write. The saddest line reaches a universal level. Pablo Neruda gives us our love, poem which we hug to our heart with great satisfaction and whisper every line of it in our saluted. This is a genuine love poem meant for every human being who is born to love and be loved. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. No question from my side. Subrata, can you just tell me how many students are left?
Mm, 12 or 13.
How many?
12 or 13.
12 or 13. So in that case, we may take another 1 hour or so. So just from the next student onwards, can we just quicken the timing? Means can we reduce the time to 1 minute? I mean, from 5 minutes to 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Yes. Okay. So maybe
Okay, let us continue. Shreya Das,
Shreya Das.
be precise and limit your presentation to
Good
4 minutes.
afternoon to all of. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon to all of my respected teachers and to all of my dear listeners. My name is Shreya Das, and today I'm going to speak about things and cultural contents in Things Fall Apart and the Arrow of Gods. So, Things Fall Apart, Achibi most powerful novel just before Nigeria get independence. The title of the novel echoes W.B. Yeats' The Second Coming. The novel presents the disintegration of the 19th century traditional world of the Igbo, which gave way to the colonial forces of the 20th century. The present chapter will also highlight the themes and cultural elements in Things Fall Apart. The novel deals with the story of Okonko, a powerful man, and his downfall. Okonko is afraid of failing and appearing weak like his father. He disdained feminine activities such as playing the flute, and he gravitated to the masculine energy in Igbo society by amazing materials, helping yarns. Things Fall Apart, present life of the Igbo in pre-colonial Eastern Nigeria. The novel speaks the Igbo's life, culture, and history.
In this novel present, the ego's life and culture from within as an ego, not as an outsider, dealing with the weakness and strength of the ego's traditional society. Things Fall Apart and the Arrow of Gods portray the disintegration of the ego society. The natives become victims of their own weakness and disunity among themselves. When the new religious came, bringing along with it new set of value and belief, instead of dealing with it in unification, the breakdown of the tribal system of the village, which once believed in the traditional cycle of life. In traditional Igbo religion, the ancestral spirit communicates through the mask it when it speaks. The Igbos believe that during this time, the human underneath the mask is not present, the mask is transformed into the spirit. Things Fall Apart appear to be a simple novel, but is a deceptively so. On closer examination, it is a complex where Achebe has interwoven significant themes like love, compassion, colonialism, achievement, honor, and individualism. Chinua Achebe, Things Fall Apart, narrate the story of Okonkwo, a self-made man with pride, arrogance, headstrong, and self-confident. That is all I wanted to say about it. Thank you for listening.
Very brief and nice presentation. Very precise. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Um, to the next, Chinkita Sen.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Chinkita
Good
Sen.
afternoon.
Yeah,
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Today my presentation topic is Narrative Techniques in Chronicle of a Death Foretold. Gabriel Garcia Marquez is one of the most prominent writers from Latin America. The journalistic style of narration is also more apparent in his novel Chronicle of a Death Foretold. Throughout the entire novel, he acts like a reporter who is reporting an event in details based on his direct observation and interviewing with the witness. At the end, the novel becomes as parody of newspaper stories and also as perfect union of journalism and literature. The novel Chronicle of a Death Foretold is a straightforward narrative. It has a perfect and clear plot structure. Santiago Nasser deflowering Angela is going to be killed by her brothers in front of everyone. From the beginning, everything is clear that something is going to be happen. It is Santiago Nasser who is going to be killed. But only Santiago Nasser does not know what is going to happen. It means that why of his death and the complex social milieu that despises the murder are not so dear. This is a lead. In fiction, this is called the prolupsis, that is the narration of the story event at the point before earlier events have even mentioned. It actually keeps in suspending the reader trying to know how it is going to be happen. The reader comes to know the story through the iterary of events. He followed the story step by step through the successive events. Another important technique of this novel that is the story of backgrounding. Here, backgrounding refers to the recalling of the past is relation to the events. So it is because of this technique that the narrator in the fiction has shifted back and forth in time in order to explain how a foretold is death is going to be happen. On the other hand, in order to fictionalize the story from the beginning, he clarifies what kind of personality and features the characters have, what kind of relation they have with each other, and what kind of life they lead, and eventually what the supporting events of the main events are. All these elements were arranged in a coherent and logical textual discourse. This arrangement actually serves as the backgrounding of the story. So, the narrative works on two dimensions: the pseudo journalistic historical dimension of the unnamed narrator's attempt to investigate the facts 27 years after the murder, and the literary dimension that forms for the almost unreal instances of the narrative. As Bell notes, historical and literary dimensions dissolves into one another, and that forms the magically realistic of the chronicle.
Is it over?
Thank you, Chinkita.
Somehow I think I missed a kind of conclusion, or maybe
So, any
because of
question
the
of you?
hurry, she was compelled to do such.
Uh,
Yes, sir.
No, no, I was thinking that your topic was not properly concluded, or maybe that we are running out of time That's why you
Yes,
met.
sir. So that I ফার্স্টের জন্য আমি বলিনি স্যার, তাড়াতাড়ির জন্য।
Never mind. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. We understand. Okay, Shubhrata. Next.
Okay. Rahul Chatterjee.
Yes, sir.
Rahul, you can start.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My topic is Walker's search of an
Your
identity in
video
a
is
far
not
cry from
coming.
Africa. Yes, sir.
Your video is not coming. Yes,
Now?
yes.
Yes.
Please repeat the topic once.
My topic is Walker's search of an identity in a far cry from Africa.
Okay, carry on.
First of all, I would like to tell about the author. Derek Walcott was born in 1930 in Caribbean island of Saint Lucia. Walker's ancestry is a mixture of both African and British heritage. His both grandmother, maternal and paternal, is black, and his both grandfather is white. He first published his poem at the age of 14. A Far Cry from Africa was published in his book In a Green Night in 1962. He was a poet and a playwright. He has also received Nobel Prize for Literature in 1992. And now about the historical background of this poem. The poem was written at the backdrop of the Mau Mau uprising. The Mau Mau uprising, or Kenya Land and Freedom Army, were consist of rebels from Kikuyu, Embu, and Meru tribes. There were mostly women because they they are less suspicious. In Kenya, this organization waged a war against the English settlers or the colonizer for 8 years from 1952 to 1960. The British response to the rebellion was even more brutal. Lari massacre was the first attack of this organization, where the Mau Mau killed 200 British people and wounded more than 500 people. On the other hand, British killed 1,200 Mau Mau suspects officially and 2,000 unofficially. Now about the now about the topic. A Far Cry from Africa is Walker's best known lyric, which elaborates the poet's situation in choosing between what is right and what is wrong. This poem deals with the theme of split identity and anxiety. The poet is unsure about his identity, while he cannot ignore the British brutality. At the same time, he loves the English tongue. Poet is in full of inner conflict. He belongs to both culture, yet he feels foreign in both. This dilemma is expressed throughout the whole poem. He feels guilty when he tries to take up the culture of the British because he cannot excuse their slaughter of the Kenyan people. At the same time, he does not know how to live away from Africa. Walcott remains unable to resolve the paradox of his hybrid heritage. His pessimistic view of his hybrid heritage prevents him from identifying with one of the two cultures. He exclaimed that he is poisoned with the blood of both races, and because of that, he do not know which side to take and where to turn. Walcott illustrates an ongoing colonial battle on African soil, and he cannot decide which party he should identify with. The fight, the fight between the British and the African people mirrors Walcott's dilemma of his search for identity. That's all, sir.
No question from my side. Thank you, Rahul.
Any question, Abhinav?
No question.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so the next candidate, Sagnik Thakur. Sagnik?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Hello.
yes. You're audible.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon. This is Shagnik Thakur, semester 6, English Department, City College. I welcome all my professors and acquaintances to my presentation on Tonight I Can Write as a passionate, nostalgic recall of a lost love. Tonight I Can Write was written by Chilean poet Pablo Neruda, who is one of the most influential and widely read 20th century poets. The poem begins with the suggestion that the poet has finally come to terms with a thought which he had been struggling with and has therefore gained the ability to speak to himself unto paper. We later learn that his overwhelming sorrow is over his lost love. The suffocating sorrow has been preventing him from writing about the relationship and its eventual demise. The poem in its plot consistently develops this juxtaposition of past and present, which in turn illustrates the speaker's inability to accept his present state of isolation. Neruda's language throughout the poem accommodates the common lover into the context of this poem. The unpoetic language rather complements the sincerity of the poet's emotions. He makes nature participate, and the stars create that sense of distance and they shiver. Nature turns symptomatic of the speaker's emotions. Nature also serves as the central scope of containing his memories and stating of his mood. Significantly, he writes at night. The darkness within is reflected. However, the word sings. In the fourth line refers to his verses to the poem he writes in memory of this woman. Neruda is deliberately committing a version of negative capability. He does not make his own self the speaker. The unpoetic language is more expressive than it is impressive. In the next stanza, repeated relatability is noticed. The repetition of the first line in the fifth makes the thought come as a refrain of declaration. The staggered repetition of similar lines creates a thematic unity of persistent feeling of loss, further detailed by her occasional participation. Sometimes she loved me too. The juxtaposition of the night that has passed with this night reveals the change that has taken place, reinforcing his present state, though he has collected his emotions to convey them in the form of a poem. In the next stanza, Neruda reveals the sensual nature of the relationship in the manner of the romantic poet. The adjective endless that describes the sky reveals his desire to secure the perpetuality of his love. Yet, there is this ironic reversal of line 6. I loved her and sometimes she loved me too in line 9. She loved me sometimes and I loved her too. The speaker is perhaps consciously and cynically referring to the fickle nature of love itself. The eloquence of the bittersweet remarks is a passing moment of the distance that he has created from his memory, of a certain ease in suffering. But the contradiction surfaces. How could not have one loved her? Great still eyes. This is the tension of the two selves as the speaker present desperately attempts to tear away from the engaging emotions of the past. The next stanza, the plaintive refrain persists. The repetition shows that the speaker is struggling to maintain distance to convince himself that the healing impact of time has given him the strength to evolve beyond his lost love into the present state. But these lines are the saddest, and the pain of memory keeps persisting. The immense night consumes him in the void, and the poetry that can create replenishes his soul though like dew to the pasture. In the next stanza, the lover now resists to attempt to analyze the relationship. The starry night causes a recall, and that which is central to him is the dominant mood of gloom, reinforcing the fact that he is alone amidst the vividness of his memory. She, as music, is lost from the lyre of his life. In the penultimate stanza, the poet expresses an initial longing to reunite with his love. She is now his emotions recollected in sad tranquility. He cannot help recalling the lovely nights that had been so similar to the ones they shared. He declares to himself that he no longer loves her, in a desperate effort to relieve the pain. But the admission follows. He loved her dearly. The wind touched her hearing. Now he must accept the fact that she will be another's. Her infinite eyes will look upon a new lover. Neruda generalizes the collapsed respect of these emotions and love inconstancy. The respect of uniqueness of love as constant and consistent is being interrogated. In the final stanza, the repetition of that certain is either self-consolatory or it is an acceptance that this lover has reached its inevitable limits. The poem progresses through the continuous contradiction as if the poet grapples with his self-deceit. It has been a painful exercise in the act of forgetting, and the soul is not satisfied. The speaker feels determined to erase the memory and ease his pain. He claims that he has enacted the finality of conclusion. Saunders says Neruda finds his way to express in the most sincere and direct way how his heart cries for his beloved, using unadorned simplicity of expressions. In contrast to the poems before, Tonight I Can Write sends a direct message to the reader of the broken soul of the poetic voice. Thank you.
Very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
No question from my
Thank
side.
you, Sagnik. None from mine. So Rahul Bandyopadhyay, next candidate. Rahul Bandyopadhyay.
I think he's offline. He messaged me that his data is going. I mean, he's running out of his data, so maybe he's offline. He will be joining again after some hour. Sorry, after some minutes.
Actually, this cannot be an excuse.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move on to the next candidate.
Then Anindita Roy. Anindita Roy.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, respected
Yes, you are.
professors and my classmates. And today I'm going to give a presentation about the themes which are reflected in the novella Chronicle of a Death Foretold, written by the Colombian writer Gabriel Garcia Marquez in 1981. So it is written in a non-chronological order and narrated by an unnamed narrator. So now if I focus on the themes of the novella, the first one would be the theme of honor. The motive for the murder of Santiago Nassar lies undetected until halfway through Chronicle of a Death Foretold. While everyone knows that Santiago Nassar will be murdered, no one knows the reason. Then, after a night of carousing, the Vicario twins, Pablo and Pedro, return home at their mother's summons. The family presses a devastated Angela Vicario, the twins' sister, to tell the reason for her humiliated return from her marriage bed. When Angela says Santiago Nassar, the twins know immediately that they must defend their sister's honor. The twins' attorney views the act as homicide in legitimate defense of honor, in which is upheld by the court. The priest calls the twins' surrender an act of great dignity. When the twins claim their innocence, the priest says that they may be so before God, while Pablo Vicario says, before God and before men, it was a matter of honor. The next theme is revenge. While the twins say the murder was necessary for their sister's good name and the court agree with them, many disagree, viewing the murder as a cruel act of revenge. The manner in which they kill Santiago appears to be much more vicious than what a simple murder for honor would entail. The twins first obtain their two best butchering knives, one for quartering and one for trimming. When Colonel Aponte takes these knives from them, the twins return to their butchering shop to get another quartering knife with a broad carved blade and a 12-inch knife with a rusty edge. Intent on making sure Santiago is dead, the twins use the knives to stab him over and over again. 7 of the wounds are fatal. The liver, stomach, pancreas, and colon are nearly destroyed. The twins stab him with such a twins stab him with such a in a such a cruel way that they are converted with that they are covered with blood themselves, and the main door of Placido Linario's house where Santiago was killed must be repaired by the city. Further supporting the view that the twins acted in revenge is the fact that they show no remorse for the murder. After the murder, the twins fear revenge from the Arab community, even though they believe they have rightfully murdered Santiago for their sister's honor. The twins think that the tightly knit community community of Arabs will seek revenge for the loss of one of their own. When Pablo becomes ill at the jail, Pedro is convinced that the Arabs have poisoned him. The next one is the sex roles. Purissima del Carmen, Angela Visario's mother, has raised her daughter to be a good wife. The girl do not marry until late in life, seldom socializing beyond the confines of their own home. They spend their time doing embroidery, sewing, weaving, washing and ironing, arranging flowers, making candies, and writing engagement announcements. They also keep the old traditions alive, such as sitting up with the ill, comforting the dying, and enshrouding the dead. While their mother believes they are perfect, men view them as too tied to their women's tradition. Purissima del Carmen's sons, on the other hand, are raised to be men. They serve in the war, take over their father's business when he goes blind, drink and party until all hours of the night, and spend time in the local brothel. When the family insists on Angela's marrying Bayardo, a man she has seldom uh, even seen, the twins say stay out of it because it looked to them like woman problem. Women problem become men problem when the family calls the twins home upon Angela's return. She feels relief to let them take the matter into their hands as the family expects them to do. The next one is deception. Angela Visario is not a virgin when she marries Bayardo, but no one would suspect otherwise. Her mother has sheltered her for her entire life. Angela has never been engaged before, nor has she been allowed to go out alone with Bayardo in the time they have known one another. Angela, however, in concert that her bridegroom will learn her secret on their wedding night, her and considers telling her mother before the wedding. Instead, she tells two of her friends who advises her not to tell her mother. In addition, they tell Angela that men do not really know the difference and that she can trick Bayardo into believing that she is a virgin. Angela believes them. Not only does Angela wear the veil and orange blossom that signifies purity, she carries out her friend's plan of deception on her wedding night. I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you, dear professors and my classmates, for your precious time and attention. Have a good day.
Very compact, beautiful, and tight presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Shubhotoday.
Next one, Sridhar. Shiny Das.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon to all my professors and my fellow classmates. My topic for today's is Tonight I Can Write, Confessional Poem. Tonight I Can Write was written in 1920, a collection of poems by Pablo Neruda. The collection was translated into English in 1969 by W.S. Merwin as 20 Love Poems and a Song of Despair. Although some reviewers were shocked by the explicit sexuality in the poems, and the collection became a bestseller and also translated into several languages. It is a poem about the memories of a lost love and the pain they can cause. Throughout the poem, the speaker recalls the details of a relationship that is now broken, while the pain he experienced had blocked his creative energies, and he is now able to write about the relationship and find some comfort in a verse that falls to a soul like dew to the posture. Neruda's poem explores the pain and a heartache following a breakup. The speaker, with one eye on the past and another on the present, tries to make sense of the fact that the relationship seemed filled with endless love had in fact ended for good. Standing alone under the same star-nightful sky, he used to share with his ex-lover, and the speaker bitterly contrasts the love he once had with his current sadness and solitude. Now, however, the stars themselves shiver as if lonely and cold. The sky's endlessness no longer speaks of the limitlessness of love and but of an immense and stark emptiness. The world itself, of course, hasn't changed. Rather, the lovely prism, heartbreak, the poem thus suggests, makes the world feel menacing and alienating. The speaker even tries to rationalize the loss, nothing that his ex was with someone else before him and will be with someone new after him. But these efforts are hardly convincing, precisely because the speaker is so utterly fixed on the breakup He contradicts himself to saying that at one point he doesn't love her any longer, before admitting that maybe he does. In the course of making sense of his loss, the speaker is returning again and again to the very memories that fuel his heartache. So long as he can't let go of the past, the poem implies he can't move on. Hence, the poem's most famous line, "Love is short and forgiveness is so long. To this, a third might be added: understanding is impossible." The poet juxtaposes tonight and the nights of the past when his little love was with him. Tonight he's terribly alone. Now the night stands for his shattered love, and the twinkling stars become blue and shiver in the distance. The narrator of the poem is a tutor lover whose girlfriend has become someone's wife or girlfriend. This makes him very sad, and he's lamenting on the loss of his love. He admits their love for each other is became failure on account of their mistakes, and the fickleness of love is the major cause of their loss of love. But he cannot run away from the past which haunts him day and night like a nightmare. He says, "She loved me sometimes, I loved her too, and I loved her sometimes, she loved me too." This frank opinion of the narrative of the night is the beauty of the love poem. In this poem, he expresses his love, anguish, helplessness, and terrible loneliness. Thus, he explains his love, which is now dead and gone forever. His past love is shattered and shiver in the distance. Night and the stars are the metaphors of his past love. He is certain that this poem is like a ritual hymn of his love for her. Thus, he can set himself free from the thought of her. To it, I can write the saddest line reaches a universal level. Pablo Neruda gives us our love for which we hug to our heart with great satisfaction and whisper every line of it in our solitude. This is a genuine love poem meant for every human being who is born to love and to be loved. Thank you.
Okay, no question from my side.
Okay, any question, Adanu?
No question. Sir, would you like to ask any question?
Go ahead, please.
So, okay, Abhishek Majumdar. Abhishek Majumdar.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Hello,
your
sir.
turn.
We should get your
Good
camera
afternoon,
on,
everyone.
get your video on. Yes, now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to my presentation. My title paper is Revolving Days as a Poem of Memory. Malov has always been to continues to be a more than usually philosophical poet in the sense that it's rice and precious, sometimes quite personally philosophical ideas that interest him, usually ideas about language and reality memory. Continues the gift, this gives some of his poetry an intellectual, even at times a theoretical element, which has done his reputation no harm in the contemporary academy. Those interests have remained there as enduring preoccupations from the earlier volumes. Within Evolving Days, Maloff explores themes of relationship, the past, and memory. His speaker addresses his ex-lovers, expressing his lasting emotions and depicting the revolving days of his life and role as lover. The mood is raising and conflicting as he considers who he is and the person his ex-lover is now. In this poem, the speaker reflects on a time in his past when he fell in love. He recalls it a mistake, of course, but it seems as though the feeling has stayed with him, nothing less. He recalls the feeling he left, but also the color of the shirts he purchased for his new life as a lover. He, pur- he, he and his lover do not stay in touch. However, sometimes he feels as though he is right back there in the relationship again. The time passes and days go by, but the speaker still feels that he heart in his mouth again. If his feel remain unchanged, then consider who she might be involved with now. In the end, however, he accuses her that he will not repair in her life and does not mean to cause her any discomfort. He nothing from her and does not expecting for to her from her. Revolving days was atmosphere and symbolism to convey the idea that moving on from lost love can be incredibly difficult and even impossible. Atmosphere is when the speaker addresses someone absent or dead as though they were there someone absent and could respond here. The poet used to atmosphere help to convey the speaker's sense of loneliness for the lover who has left him. Further, the color of the shirts he purchased during his relationship, mint green one, pink, the third called ivy-laced, tanned with darker stripes, seemed to symbolize the new life he hoped he had as a lover. They are bright and clean and new, probably staged and crisp. One his first button down collared. The colorful brightness of those shirts, as well as the blue eyes of his lost love, are the only color in the poem. Life seems as though it is perhaps the poem. Symbolically, then the life is duller, less exciting in the work of his love. The speaker is remembering a year when he had nowhere to go or no place to go, and he fell in love. Here we see that the speaker is giving an excuse that because he had nothing to do or nowhere to go, he fell in love. In the some Dept at speaker admits that he was a mistake. It was a mistake because he could not appreciate that the relationship would leave on him such a lasting effort of despondency. So the effect of the mistake he lasted forever. But the first effect of that love was very natural and enthusiastic to the speaker, and it's happened to any new lover. We find a functional of emotion in the lover. He occasionally between the past and the present. In the second stanza, the speaker recites in his present, but he does not forget the past. He still feels the presence of his beloved somewhere around him. Revolving days engaged with them, the includes love, memory, and transmission. The speaker spends the bulk of this poem describing a love he used to have the way that the love changed him. But since he has not changed at all, he is still the person he should to be when he was with his ex-lover, for better or for worse. But he knows that he has changed. She somewhere else were externally, and he finds that she moved on the bee with someone else. His memory on the past are quite strong, so much so that he able to depict moments from his love, affair with clarity and emotions. Malov say on being a writer, I totally reject the idea of being responsible to any way.
Abhishek, wind up
This whole
small.
idea, yes sir. In the poem, he is drawn back in the time by the memory of a past love. Although he says that falling in love was a mistake, the love has enjoyed with him. In reality, time has passed. His lover is far away. This semblance is moving that reality and reflected in the title "Revolving Days." Revolving Days. In the end, Malov words refuse his past love, and although he memorized love have endured calm physical emotion, there will no injury into present life. He does not expect anything his return, he say, and no, at this distance I am not holding my breath for a reply. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Subrata, next candidate, please.
Okay. Arijit Bhattacharya.
Yes, sir.
Arijit.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, teachers and my dear friends. I would like to present my seminar on the topic theme of colonialism and divided identity in a far cry from Africa. A far cry from Africa responds to the Mau Mau uprising, a rebellion fought by the native Kenyans against the British colonial army in the mid 20th century. The poem's speaker has connections to both Africa and England and feels conflicted about how to interpret the violence of this conflict. Usually identified closely with Walcott himself, the speaker is painfully divided between his connections to the English as well as to the colonized people of Africa. In fact, the poem implicitly argues that a confused identity and the anxiety it causes is one of the painful legacies of colonialism. The speaker feels that the violence of the Mau Mau rebellion requires a passionate and decisive response. Either one must condemn the Mau Mau and side with England, or support the Mau Mau and forsake England entirely. Accept the violence of Mau Mau rebellion as necessary to Kenyan independence, or reject such violence, and in the process reject Africa and all connection to the colonized people. The speaker is suspended between these two options, unable to choose. Thus, the speaker feels alienated from each side of the conflict. At the same time, however, the speaker also feels inextricably linked to both the British and the Kenyans. It's implied that the speaker has a colonial heritage, ancestry from both English colonists and colonized Africans. As a result, the speaker feels as if his own body is divided by this conflict. In the third stanza, the speaker addresses this problem explicitly. I, who am poisoned with the blood of both. Where shall I turn? Divided to the vein. The word poison conveys the powerful sense of alienation the Mau Mau uprising provokes in the speaker. Although the speaker has the blood of both Europeans and Africans, that is, ancestry from each place, this blood feels poisonous, linking the speaker to violence no matter what. This heritage also poisons the speaker because the speaker feels divided to the vein. No matter which way the speaker turns, it's as if half the speaker's blood does violence to the other half. By framing this conflict in terms of blood and the speaker's own veins, the poem captures the very personal, even bodily, division the speaker feels. This isn't a matter of abstract politics for the speaker, but a very intimate struggle that's taking place within him, a struggle caused by the legacy of colonialism. At the very end of the poem, the speaker is no closer to choosing a side than at the beginning. Colonial history has forced the speaker into this situation, forever divided by colonizer and the colonized. With this, I conclude my seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Arijit.
Thank you, Arijit. Any question, Adanu?
No, thank you.
Okay. So the next candidate, Ushoshi Chakraborty. Ushoshi.
So, am I audible?
Yeah.
And hello to each and every listeners here and to my respected teachers. My name is Ushri Chakraborty and today my presentation is on the various themes that has been mentioned in the novel Chronicle of a Dead Phosphorus by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. In Chronicle of a Dead Phosphorus, Marquez and this entire novel deals with diverse social themes. One of the most important themes that I am going to talk about is the theme of honor and sexual morality. Here in this novel, it is significantly shown, that honor for women is something that must be protected at any cost, and it must be done by the men that are present in the society. So the entire action of the novel unfolds by the sullying of honor of Angela and her brother's responsibility to arrange it. So the theme of honor affects the plot from beginning and to the end. The entire community, to our surprise, and even the legal system support the Vicario brothers for their outrageous act that they acted out on, uh, San- for that they
for the outrageous act. The lawyer stood by the thesis of homicide in legitimate defense of honor, which was upheld by the court of good faith. And we have seen that the twins declared at the end of the trial that they would have done the same thing again and again for the thousandth time for the same reason. And the narrator's mother says that honor is love. So from this we can say that honor is something that was very much important to them and to the society back then. So this entire situation and this entire themes introduces us to another more important theme, that is the theme of gender biasness and gender roles, which was very much important during the era of 1950s Latin America. The gender role has a significant, or I should rather say, has a key role to this novel. The by showing the line between the obligations of men and women. The Chronicle of a Dead foretold distinct fears that separate men from women play a key role, as I told, in developing the story. This also shows apparently, as I mentioned earlier, that during 1950s men were expected to take care of the family and protect the honor. Only it was expected from the men and not from the women, because women were expected to live according to the expectations of the society and to others, and they were mainly brought up with the sole purpose of doing the household works and bearing all the sufferings. And as I told, men were expected to uphold the honor of the family at any cost, even at any cost, as woman has to live accordingly to the expectation of society. So Garcia Marquez uses his character as tools to display the cultural gender roles written in the chronicle. So linked to this theme, we get introduced to another important theme, that is the theme of machismo. By the word machismo, its meaning goes by uh, aggressive pride. So the theme of machismo is shown as a moral compass for the society. In the novel, by replacing fate and creating expectation to the characters to prove their masculinity. For example, the avenging of Angela's honor is for her brother's duty. Only then they will be considered as men in the society, or else not. Even Macrae's writes about the murder through which the Vicario brothers proves that they are the actual men in the society. Even Prudencia Court goes to the extent by saying, and to her surprise, she tells that she wouldn't have married Pablo Vicario if he wouldn't have done something that showed his masculinity. Even uh, even Santiago is given a macho image when the author talks about his dealings with women. Bartos and Roman is depicted as another macho man. He doesn't hesitate to send Angela back when he gets to know that she is not a virgin. He actually uses her as a object of transaction. Like he acted out like the things he did with her, it showed that he considered her as an object of transaction. He can buy her at any time and can return her at any time. So when he found out that she is not virgin, it actually affected his so-called pride, and that's why he thinks that he's macho and all. So with this, I want to conclude in my presentation. Thank you to everyone and to my teachers for patiently listening to me.
Thank you very much. Very soft and very polite presentation. Thank you. Shubhodaya, how many students are left?
Five.
Okay, okay.
Right?
Mohit Jack, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Sir,
Mohit
am I
is here.
visible?
Yes, you're audible, not visible.
Sir, there is something problem with my camera. Can I left and join again?
Okay, make it quick.
So now I'm visible.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir, and my beloved friends. Today, my presentation is about Pablo Neruda's symbolism in Tonight I Can Write the Saddest Line. Pablo Neruda is much acclaimed writer in Chile. This poem was written in Spanish in 1924 and later translated into English in 1969. This poem is celebrated for imagery and symbols to represent the pain of jilted lover. It is about memories of a lost love and the pain they can cause. Throughout the poem, the speaker recalls the details of his love that is now broken. He continuously he continuously remember of the past with his lady love, with the loneliness he experiences in the present. It is written the style of monologue with repetition of the line, "Tonight I can write the saddest line" three times, in, three times to emphasize his sorrow. So here is main symbol is the wind or the singing is the one of the symbol of in this poem. So I can elaborate about the wind and the singing now, which is the wind in the poem represent the speaker's lonely longing for his ex-lover. It spins restlessly in the sky and turning about in a way that evokes the speaker's own confession and conflicting thoughts. The speaker also notably links the wind to the human voice throughout the poem, again suggesting that it represents his desire to call out his beloved. He even mentioned his voice trying to find the wind in order to reach his lover's ear, to no avail. The wind does not carry the speaker's voice to his lover, but it does carry someone else's voice to the speaker. The singing recalls the singing of the wind mentioned at the beginning of the poem, and thus again evokes the speaker's loneliness and longing. The fact that singing is so far away, however, highlights that his singing is not for the speaker. It's not like this his lover calling out from him. It's a totally unrelated event. This makes the speaker feel small and irrelevant. Now, stripping of the sense of the genre and the beauty that accompanied his previous love affair. What the symbol appears in the poem is the line 4, the night wind revolves in the sky and shines, and the line 17, in the distance someone is singing in the distance, and the line 24, where the line was used, my voice tried to find the wind to touch her hearing. And the second symbol in this poem is the night sky. Poets have long used the night sky as a backdrop of scene of romance, desire, and longing, and the other speakers leans into the symbols here. The night is associated with lovers' attraction and affection, its glinting star providing just a hint of light to shine on the kissing faces, and that's what the night once symbolized for the speakers to his love itself. which seemed as endless as infinite and as comforting as the star-filled sky above. This is why he is so baffled then to be standing under the same sky while feeling so alone. Now the night sky is like an echo chamber in the which the speaker hears the lonely tones of his own heartache. Even the stars seems to shiver in the distance, representing the speaker's new emotional distance from his lover. The sky is endless, but not in the way that love once seems endless. Rather, it's endless and immensely now represent the feeling that heartache will never go away. Of course, the speaker repeatedly emphasized that sky itself has not literally changed. He, he has the one who is different, and the surrounding world looks like as as it always has. The shifting symbolism of the night sky then speaks of the way that love and its loss can entirely shift one's person's perspective. What the symbol of the night and sky used in the poem were as line 2 and 3 were written, the night is starry and the stars are blue and shiver in the distance, and as well as used in the line 4 where the night wind revolves in the sky and sings, and also used in the line 8, I kissed her again and again under the endless sky, and again use the same symbol in the line 16 where the line is, the night is starry and she is not with me. So this is the symbolism of the poem Tonight I Can Write. So this is my presentation. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mayuk. Any question, Adanu?
No, no, no.
Okay. Next, I call Shreya Mukherjee.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes, you
Good morning. Sorry, sir. Good afternoon to all my respected professors and to all my classmates. Firstly, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Today, I'm going to explain about the inner conflict of the poet in A Far Cry from Africa. The famous writer the famous writer Derek Walcott had wrote A Far Cry from Africa. This poem was published 1962, is a painful and jarring depictions of ethnic conflict and divided loyalties. So first of all, Far Cry from Africa responds to the Mau Mau Upspring, a rebellion fought by native Kenyans against the British colonial army in the mid-20th century. The poem speaker has connections to both Africa and England and feels conflicted about how to interpret the violence of this conflict, usually identified closely with Walcott himself. The speaker is painfully divided between his connection to the English as well as to the colonized people of Africa. In fact, the poem implicitly argues that a confused identity and the anxiety it causes is one of the painful legacies of colonialism. To understand the speaker's dilemma here, it's important to understand some historical context. The Mau Mau or Kenya Land and Freedom Army were rebels from the Kuku tribe in Kenya that waged a gruesome guerrilla war against English settlers for 8 years. The British response to the rebellion was even more brutal. So here Derek Walcott's A Far Cry from Africa, where the title can be taken literally as talking about an African subject from a far distance. Thus, the title may be interpreted as Walcott is hearing the poem as a far cry coming to him on the wind to the island of St. Lucia. This is supported by the opening line, a wind is ruffling the tawny plate of Africa. The cry is the cry for freedom for the British colonies. Meanwhile, violence and culture conflict conflicts, the predominant themes that are resulted from anger. The poem is essentially divided into external and internal conflict is inside the poet himself. The poet is confused and outgraded because of the cruelty of colonialism. Before the Mau Mau upsprings, but then the Africa themselves turned to be cruel, and this has made him torn and could not side with neither of them. Moreover, the tone is not consistent. Throughout the poem, like the inconsistency of the poet himself, the very first lines depicts the poem sittings on African belt and then flips it to the violent act done by the Cuco and the British as the violence of beats on beats is reads as natural laws. Then the final stanza changes the scene from Africa to the poet himself. He cannot resolve his internal conflict about whose side he will take. Where shall I turn? Directed to the vein. Thus, Walcott is standing on the crossroad trying to search for his identity because of his mixed heritage. This is what the speaker is responding when asking, how can I face such slaughter and be cool? How can I turn from African and live? For the speaker, the world's slaughter seems to seduce the highly publicized violence of the Mau Mau, which provoked the subsequently brutal response from the British. These lines embody the speaker's internal divisions between England and Africa, laying out the two sides as diametrically opposed choices. The speaker feels that the violence of the Mau Mau rebellions requires a passionate and decisive response. Either one must condemn the Mau Mau and side with England, or support the Mau Mau and forsake England entirely, accept the violence of the Mau Mau rebellion as necessarily to Kenya independence, or reject such violence and in the process reject Africa and all connections to colonized peoples. The speaker is suspended between these two options, unable to choose. Thus, the speaker feels aliened from each side of the conflict. At the same time, however, the speaker also feels inextricably linked to both the British and the Kenyans. It's implied that the speaker has a colonial heritage, ancestry from both English colonies and colonized African. As a result, the speaker feels as if his own body is divided by the conflict. At the end of the poem, the speaker is no closer to choosing a side than at the beginning. Colonial history has forced the speaker into the situation forever divided by colonizer and colonized. Thank you.
Thank you, Shreya. Should go to the next.
Okay. শুভদীপ সেনাপতি শুভদীপ সেনাপতি
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Sir, one second.
Uh,
Sir, am
turn
I
your
visible?
video on.
Yes, sir. Am I visible?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, you
Okay.
are visible.
Good evening, respected teachers and my dear friends. I, Subodhi Senapati of English department, is going to represent my first seminar presentation and my topic is a poem by Pablo Neruda. Tonight I can write a poem of love, and the main thing I'm going to illustrate is love is so short, forgetting is so long. Neruda poem explored the pain and heartache following a breakup. The speaker with one eye on the past and another on the present tries to make sense of the fact that a relationship that seemed filled with an endless love and has in fact ended for a good. Standing alone under the same sky filled with night stars, he used to share with his ex-lover. The speaker bitterly contrasts the love he once had with his current sadness and solitude. In doing so, the poem showcases the sorrow and confusion that accompanies love loss, and how memories of the love make it all the more difficult to move on. The change in the speaker romantic situation seems to have altered everything around him. Just as love once made him wonder seemed full of joys, bliss, and intimacy, love absence makes the world suddenly cold, barren, and harsh. The speaker and his ex-lover used to be together through nights just like the one on which the poem is set. Those nights and their love seems like they would last forever. They would last forever. The sky was endless. The speaker's lover eyes were infinite, and they kissed each other again and again. It seemed almost impossible then that this has all come to an end. Now, however, the stars themselves as shiver as it lonely and cold. The sky endless no longer speaks of the limitless of love, but an immense and stark emptiness. The world itself, of course, hasn't changed. Rather the lonely prison through which the speaker perceives his life and his surrounding has been shattered. Heartbreaks, the poem thus suggests, makes the world feel messy and alienating. Still, the speakers can't seem to stop comparing two moments in time, then and now, as if to make sense of how a love that seemed endless can be suddenly be destroyed. He keeps circling back to the bare fact of the loss. He had a love, and now it's gone. It's as thought as through the plain reputation of this fact that speaker hopes in vain to dispel the emotional power that break up the whole break up hold over him. The speaker even tries to relationalize the loss. Nothing has that his ex was with someone else before him and will be with someone else after. But these efforts will but these efforts are hardly convincing, as precisely because the speaker is so utterly fixated on the breakup. He is contradictory himself to saying at one point that he doesn't love her anymore before admitting that maybe he does. In trying to make sense of his losses, the speaker is just returning again and again to every memory that fuel his heartache. So long as he can't let go of the past, the poem implies he doesn't move on. So he can't move on. Hence, the poem must the most famous line: "Love is so short, forgetting is so long." This is a this to this a third might be added. Understanding is impossible. It baffles the speaker to think that two people are so passionately in love could never stop loving each other. But it's a mystery that the speaker can't solve. That's why ultimately all the speaker can hope to do is try to forget his lover over time. Like a wounded animal, he has to wait for the healing process to run it. The poem finds its speaker in emotion, turmoil, suffering from pangs and pains of recent breakups. Though the speaker would
Would it
probably
try to
give
wind up
anything to
early?
be. Yes, sir. Just I'm in the into the going to the conclusion
Okay, okay.
after this. This is the poem itself implies that the strong
Sure
emotion
thing.
grant him a new power on that links suffering to creativity. The poem main refers that tonight I can write the saddest line. The key words here it can be like some special power up in a video game. The separation has perhaps unlocked a new level of sadness with which the speaker can compose his poetry. And after writing a number of painful, honest lines, the poem restates the idea that difficult emotional experience helps to make these lines possible.
Illustrating this, the speaker compared the relationship between emotions and poetry to a natural process. Though appropriately enough, a deeply poetic image and verse fall verse fall to the soul like doll to the pasture, emotion, poetry to the smile implies go together as a natural as dew and grass. सही सवाल आपसे.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Shubhadeep.
Thank you, sir.
Uh, the next candidate I would like to call Sneha Fine. Sneha,
Good, yes, ma'am. Good evening, respected professors and my dear
your attention.
classmates. I'm Sneha Fine, representing on a topic as the story of patriarchy in Chronicle of Death Photos by uh, Gabriel Garcia Marquez. In Chronicle of a Death Photo, the setting is a small village in Colombia, South Africa, and to add to the excess of information known, not only does the reader all the crimes particularly, but the characters in the story. The village residents know before the fatal act occurs who will be killed, by whom, and why. Everyone, even remotely connected to the killing, knows the pertinent fact with the possible exception of the victims. Patriarchy in Latin America is unique in its assertion as it works in a society where indigenous culture practices have been rooted in a celebration of and opens about sexuality. Though the character of, Through the character of Angela Visario, Marcus presents to us this various dynamic at work in assertion of patriarchy and exploitation of women. The complex links gender, class violence that open adopt to build an independent space for themselves. Under such an oppressive system, Angela's situation raises question of class exploitation and the position of women under the Christian value system. Angela Visario becomes the passive object of her sexual desire. His class position and wealth allowed him this privilege. The lamentable plight of women in the society is also depicted in Chronicle of Death photos. They are considered as object of transaction. Flaunting his richness and splendor, he convinces Angela's parents that he is prize of destiny. The sentiment of Angela are not taken into consideration. She is virtually sold out to Barbados and Roman, and then she is returned, as if she was some object to be sold and returned. Again, some were brought up with the sole purpose of serving their husband and children at a time and bearing suffering. Once Santiago is exposed as the one who took her virginity, he is pinned down by the cultural customs and Wilkins is sought by the Visario's brother. The concept of marriage as just a matter of convenience and utility as a venue to showcase one's money power. About the marriage of Santiago and Flora Miguel, the narrator says Santiago Nasser respected the engagement, perhaps because he had the same utilitarian concept of matrimony as his father. Angela marries Bardo son Roman, and because her parents forced her into it, and she had no choice of her own, as Bardo was from a rich family and not out of love. So that's all. I'm concluding my presentation here. Thank you to all my listeners and my respected professors.
Thank you, Sneha. Nice presentation.
Thank you, Sneha.
Thank you, sir.
Any question, Atanu?
No, no, no questions. Anybody left?
Okay. So the last candidate, Rahul Bandyopadhyay. Rahul Bandyopadhyay.
Shall we wait?
Hmm. He's not.
What to do, Subodhika? Anybody else is left?
No, nobody.
Then if he's not here, we can
Only Rahul Bandyopadhyay is left.
can we then conclude the meeting here?
See?
What to do? Shall we carry on, or shall we wait for Rahul Bandyopadhyay, or end the meeting?
Actually, we have nobody to carry on.
We have
We may
nobody to
stop
carry.
here, or but how long can we wait for Rahul?
Yeah, I have already messaged him some half an hour back that your name is being called, but I think he is not online.
Okay.
Okay, then
So what should we do now?
we can call it a day. We can call it a day. It's around 4 hours 40 minutes at a stretch. We can call it a day then. Thank you, dear students, for your attention. Shall I end the call, Subhadra?
Yeah, I think we should end our session.
Okay. Okay. Bye bye, everybody.
Thank you, students.
Thank you. Orepa.